Hello, everybody. Welcome to today's episode of my insanity run of Mass Effect One. Now, for those who are new, maybe you just finding my channel. I have played this before. Mass Effect is my favorite gaming trilogy of all time, but this is my first time ever attempting to um. This is my first time ever attempting to do an insanity run of the game. I do not play nightmare mode. So I'm shaking and I'm very prepared. Your girl is ready to die a lot. My canon shepherd. To give further context, I usually play her as Paragade from Mass Effect One, and then I head canoning as the events at the start of Mass Effect 2 take her straight from Paragon territory straight into Renegade. And so from Mass Effect 2, she becomes like a big on Renegade. So she's Renegade to everybody else, but Paragon to members of her team, because she's never going to be able to basically be less than kind to the members of her team. And then by Mass Effect 3, she usually maintains like a happy medium. So occasional Paragon, occasional Renegade. That's how I play her. So she's a core Renegade, but Mass Effect 1, like I've mentioned, she's a big... Sorry, there was Codex entry there. Oh, okay, sorry, it is right in front. So, as I was saying, big... Let me go say hi to Joker. As I was saying, she's a Renegade. That's how I play her.
Commander, something you need?
How's the Normandy performing? Is she everything they said she'd be?
She's the best ship in the fleet. If you've got a pilot who knows how to handle her. Balance isn't what you'd expect. Takes a while to get used to that oversized drive core we got stuffed in the back, and her power can sneak up on you if you're not careful. The Normandy's probably too much ship for your average Alliance pilot, Commander. Lucky for you, I'm anything but average.
Of course not, Joker. You are more than sufficient.
I like to know my crew. Mind if I ask you a few questions?
I can see where this is going. You did a background check on me, didn't you? Well, I'll tell you the same thing I told the captain. You want me as your pilot. I'm not good. I'm not even great. I am the best damn helmsman in the Alliance fleet. Top of my class in flight school, I earned that. All those commendations in my file, I earned every single one. Those weren't given to me as charity for my disease.
Now, I always advise, like, even if it is that you do not want to read the books, read the compilation, the compendium of the Mass Effect comics. It's spectacular, fantastic. I think tomorrow I might show you. I have like a hardbound copy of it. I read it every year when it's time for me to replay Mass Effect. I love it so much. You really should, because Joker's story in there is so much fun.
What are you talking about? Are you sick?
You mean you didn't know?
No, Joker.
Oh, crap.
Sorry, Joker.
Okay, I've got Froelich syndrome, brittle bone disease. The bones in my legs never develop properly. They're basically hollow, too much force and they'll shatter. Even with crutches and my leg braces, it's hard to get around. One wrong step and crack! It's very dramatic, but I've learned to manage my condition, Commander. Put the Normandy in my hands and I'll make her dance for you. Just don't ask me to get up and dance unless, you like the sound of snapping shin bones.
Why does everyone call you Joker?
It's a lot shorter than saying Alliance Flight Lieutenant Jeff Moreau. Plus, I love to make little children laugh.
You're
I was just
right.
thinking how much you remind me of Santa Claus.
Like I didn't pick the name. One of the instructors in flight school used to bug me about never smiling. She started calling me Joker, and it stuck.
I need to know more about this Froelich syndrome if I'm putting my ship in your hands.
Yeah, of course you do. It's an extremely rare condition. Nobody knows exactly what causes it. Genetic, maybe. It's treatable, but there's no cure. I classify my case as moderate to severe. I was born with over a dozen fractures, hip, thighs, ankles. My bones were already breaking in the womb. 100 years ago, I wouldn't have survived past my first year. Lucky for me, modern medical science has turned me into a productive member of society.
You're not gonna break a bone trying to fly the ship, are you?
I don't fly with my feet, Commander, so I'm fine as long as I'm in this chair. I gotta be real careful when I get up to take a piss, though. I can do my job as well as anyone on the ship. Better, actually. So don't worry about it.
I have to go.
All right, see ya.
Now, which is where you see a lot of the tourists that were like, oh, for example, like why would they give Nev a prosthetic in Vilgard? Why did they bring somebody with disabilities? All about representation. And I'm like, it just goes to show that a lot of them were not playing BioWare games, specifically Mass Effect and Dragon Age, because like Joker's disease is just like a crucial part of his story, and how he's not limited by it is still the best helmsman that the Alliance fleet ever has, can ever dream of. Jeff Moreau would always hold our heart. He's that guy, he's that dude. So yeah, of course, BioWare has always tried to be very representative in how, in like, you know, the characters they put into their work. So when I see people have these conversations, I'm like, did we play the game? Did you play the game? Have you been playing their games, or are you just looking for something to be mad at? Right? Makes no sense.
If anyone has to take over for Captain Anderson, I'm glad it's you.
Thank you,
I'm not
Presley.
sure about having non-humans on our ship, though.
You doubt
I'm
my
in charge
decisions?
here, Presley. I decide if we have non-humans on this vessel.
Yes, ma'am. Understood, ma'am.
Speak freely, Presley. I want to know if you have a problem with non-humans.
It's not that, Commander. Humanity has always handled its own problems. Saren attacked one of our colonies. We should be the ones to stop him. We don't need their help.
Some people think asking for help is a sign of weakness. That's just being stupid and stubborn. No matter how strong you are, allies can make you stronger.
I guess so. Maybe I'm just stuck in the old ways of thinking. But don't worry, Commander. This won't be a problem.
How did you end up assigned to the Normandy?
I signed up with the Alliance as a navigator right out of school, following in my grandfather's footsteps, I guess. My first posting was on the Agincourt. We were at Elysium during the Skillian Blitz. A massive fleet of alien raiders hit the colony, trying to wipe it out. They had the numbers, but their ships were no match for an Alliance frigate. It was a slaughter. We couldn't even keep track of how many ships they lost.
How'd you end up on the Normandy?
I got my officer's commission after Elysium. Must have made an impression on the right people. Captain asked for me when he was picking his crew.
Carry on, Presley.
Yes, ma'am.
If you want to learn more about the conversation with regards to Elysium and all, you should totally, like I repeat, like read the books, you don't need the supporting secondary media in order to like get the game and enjoy the game. If you're watching this from like a Mass Effect playthrough, it's the same thing with Mass Effect. Like you do not absolutely, Mass Effect. If you're watching this from my Dragon Age playthrough, you don't absolutely need to have read all the secondary media to actually understand and appreciate. I'm doing my rounds around the ship, which I do every single time. It's always good, like especially when it is that you're back from like a major plot point, or you've like gone to like a particular world. Always just do it. Captain's quarters. Every single time I come to the captain's quarters in ME1, I'm like, you see how vastly different it is by the time we get to Mass Effect 2. I want to feed fish. I was saying something. Yes, so I was saying that like, and you see this with Dragon Age, it supports the story. It gives you further understanding of these characters if you read the secondary media, but it's not absolutely necessary. But even if it is that you're like, I'm not a big fan of the books, I repeat, read the comics. They are so cool. Hi, Kaden.
Anything you need, Commander?
What's your opinion on the last mission?
I don't see how we could have done things any better. At least not without getting to Eden Prime sooner. And we were on the scene faster than any other Alliance ship could have been.
Just trying to get a sense of where the crew's at. Thoughts?
I've wasted enough of your time for now, Commander. We'll have time for personal debriefings later.
We'll talk another time, Lieutenant.
Commander?
Here's the thing. I always have a problem. Yes, sorry. We're picking up all the codex entries and all the XPs. I always have a problem with like having Shepard. I mentioned. Let's get all of this. I mentioned this in. Well, I think it was yesterday. Was it yesterday's episode? I think I mentioned it yesterday that my goal, my plan is to romance Liara in this playthrough, in like Mass Effect 1, then Mass Effect 2 and 3 romance Garrus, because I actually never have gotten around to romancing Garrus. I started and then I think I stopped. But like I almost always romance Liara if I'm not, and that is all the way through. If I'm not romancing Liara, I'm romancing Thane. So for me, it's always Liara or Thane. Whenever I do decide, because this is my canon shepherd, like I mentioned, this is my canon shepherd. But occasionally I would play as male shep, and when I do, I almost always romance Jack. I have still never gotten around to romancing Miranda or Tali. Tali, I don't know if I would ever be able to convince myself to romance her, because I always see her as like my baby sister. Now, the reason why I rarely ever romance like the human crew members is because, like, prior to the start of the game, Shepard was always like Caden's superior or Ashley's superior, and it's just, for me, it feels like a power imbalance to have her like romance them, even though hi Dr. Shackworth, we've already had a conversation. It's always weird, like I said, to romance the human squad mates, because it's just like I'm always like, why? Anyway, we're going around. Let's go down the elevator. Hello, Garrus. Alliance Requisition Officer. Thank you.
Hey, Commander. Looking for some extra supplies before you head out?
What have you got?
Whatever you want. Armor, weapons, mods. It's not standard Alliance issue, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Well, as long as you don't mind paying for it.
Why should I pay you for my weapons and armor?
My stuff doesn't come from the Alliance. I have to purchase it myself, and it's not cheap. Hell, the licenses alone have set me back more than I'd like. But no licenses, no goods. Without the goods, I'm out of a job.
What are licenses? Why do you need them?
Manufacturers
We've already
sell
bought
licenses.
a couple.
Each license allows me to buy and sell a certain brand of
Citadel.
products. I already have several basic ones, but you'll need to buy more if you want me to bring in different brands.
Already done.
Many of the best licenses are hard to get, but they're well worth the cost if you can find them.
What do the different manufacturers offer?
There are too many for me to keep track of, but each license will explain what it's good for.
How often will you get new items?
Well, that depends on how many licenses you've purchased, but I'll rotate items on a regular basis regardless. And anytime we land someplace with a big enough port, I'll buy, sell, and trade whatever I can. Check back often. I need to move items quickly, so only the most basic items will be stocked consistently.
Let's see what you got.
You bet, Commander.
I can't afford anything. It's just like, you see, 4,342. My girl is still broke. But don't worry. Oof. Guardian 2. Hold up, let me see. Just occurred to me. Oh, sorry. Equipment. Yes. Let's see. Sniper rifle, because thank you. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I wanted to go to... I use a Stinger too, so that's good. At some point, I really should start, like, yeah, at some point I need to work on my... But I do need more storm, so... Okay, awesome. Let's do first aid. Keep forgetting that it's not to go back. Oh yeah, that's true. I'm like, why is this? It's because I'm here. Hold up, I want to see what I can get. Garrus, where's your locker? Ashley, Caden. Hello, Garrus. Yeah, I want to see if I've given you... Yeah. I can't give you the medium armor yet. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Garrus. Soon.
Thanks for bringing me on board, Commander.
My pleasure.
I knew working with the Spectre would be better than life at CSEC.
Have you worked with the Spectre before?
This boy.
Well, no, but I know what they're like. Spectres make their own rules. You're free to handle things your way. At CSEC, you're buried by rules. The damn bureaucrats are always on your back.
For the most part, the rules are there for a reason.
Maybe. But sometimes it feels like the rules are only there to stop me from doing my work. If I'm trying to take down a suspect, it shouldn't matter how I do it, as long as I do it. But CSEC wants it done their way. Protocol and procedure come first. That's why I left.
So you just quit because you didn't like the way they do things?
There's more to it than that.
Okay.
It started out bad, but as I rose in ranks, I got saddled with more and more red tape. CSEC's handling of Saren was typical. I just couldn't take it anymore. I hate leaving.
I hope you made the right choice. I'd hate for you to regret it later.
Well, that's sort of why I teamed up with you. It's a chance for me to get off the Citadel, see how things are done outside CSEC. Either way, I plan to make the most of this. And without CSEC headquarters looking over my shoulder, well, maybe I can get the job done my way for a change.
If getting the job done means endangering innocent people, then no. We get the job done right, not fast. Got it?
I wasn't trying to. I understand, Commander.
We need to train that cop behavior out of you, Garrus. Even though technically, I'm gonna do all of that and then ruin my work. Come Mass Effect, cause then I'm like, kill them motherfuckers.
Commander?
What's your opinion of the last mission?
Kinda wish you'd got there sooner, Commander. No offense, I appreciate the rescue. I just wish...
You wish we'd been able to save the rest of your unit.
Yes, ma'am. If I had been more alert, we wouldn't have been cut down by an ambush.
The Geth are perfect ambushers. They don't move, they don't make noise, they don't even breathe.
They have flashlight heads, ma'am. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again.
Do you have a few minutes to talk? One-on-one?
I'm sorry, Commander. I need to get my duties squared away. I wouldn't mind talking more later, though.
Dismissed, Chief.
Yeah.
Ma'am?
Everybody being like, yeah, you can only ask me one question in this particular conversation. After which, I've got some calibrations.
Nice ship you've got, Shepard.
Hello,
What can I
Rex.
do for you?
How
What's
are
your story,
you?
Rex?
There's no story.
You liar.
Go ask the Quarian if you want stories.
Come on.
Krogans live for centuries. Don't tell me you haven't had a few interesting adventures.
Well, there was this one time the Turians almost wiped out our entire race. That was fun.
Yeah. Yes,
Yeah,
actually.
they tried the same with us, but we fought them off.
It's not the same.
It seems pretty much the same to me.
Technically, it's not
So
Shepard,
your
but
people were infected with a genetic mutation?
yeah, I wanted him to say
An
that.
infection that makes only a few in 1,000 children survive birth?
Yeah.
And I suppose it's destroying your entire species?
Your point.
I suppose it isn't all the same.
I don't expect you to understand, but don't compare humanity's fate with the Krogan.
Yeah.
Sorry, Rex. I wasn't trying to get you upset.
Your ignorance doesn't upset me, Shepard. As for the Krogan, I gave up on them long ago. The genophage infected us, but it's not what's killing us.
Are your people really dying?
We're sure not getting any stronger. We're too spread out. None of us are interested in staying in our own system.
Lots of species have left their homes and prospered.
But they go to colonize new worlds. We're not settlers. We're warriors. We want to fight. So we leave. Hire ourselves out. And most of us never go back.
What can you tell me about the genophage?
Ask the Solarians if you want details. They made it. All I know, it makes breeding nearly impossible. Thousands die in stillbirth, and most never get that far. Every Krogan is infected, every one. And no one's rushing to find a cure.
Why don't the Krogan try to find a cure?
When was the last time you saw a Krogan scientist?
In Mass Effect Andromeda.
Ask a Krogan. Would he rather find a cure for the genophage or fight for credits? He'll choose fighting every time. It's just who we are, Shepard. I can't change that. Nobody can.
So long, Rex.
Shepard.
It's just always so interesting every time I have this conversation. I always do choose the wrong options because I want him to be like, girl, because it feels very true to life that somebody like Shepard will be so focused on the fact that, oh yes, you know, the first contact war, the Turians tried, you know, eliminating the humans and the humans fought back. And so she'll be very narrow-minded with her perception of this is, you know, we kind of also had a run-in with the Turians, but we fought back. And I just needed Rex to set her straight and be like, nah, there is fighting back, and then there is these people who were responsible for the extinction of my race. But then you then see Rex take it a step further and be like, I'm not even upset about it. I'm not even mad about it, because like my people need to get our act together, and we're just like contributing, furthering this entire slow extinction of our race because we feel like there's no hope. That's actually the core of Rex's story. This belief that, okay, there's really no hope, and so therefore the best thing to do is to just accept. The best thing to do is to just accept that, okay, we only exist to kill or die. It's sad.
Hey, Commander, you know that
Hey, Adams.
Tally? She's been spending all her time down here asking me about our engines.
I'll tell her to leave you alone.
What? No, she's amazing. I wish my guys were half as smart as she is. Give her a month on board and she'll know more about our engines than I do. She's got a real knack for technology, that one. I can see why you wanted her to come along.
I figured she'd be a real asset to the team.
You got an eye for Tally, Commander, but I'm guessing that's not why you came down here.
Fill me in on the IES stealth system. How does it work exactly?
You can't hide a ship out in space. They emit too much heat and radiation. Too easy for sensors to pick them up, unless you find a way to capture those emissions.
Yep.
So our stealth systems trap the energy we give off in storage sinks built into the ship itself. No emissions to give away our location. Eventually the sinks have to be vented. More than a few hours silent running and they overheat. Cook us inside our own hull.
There's no way for anyone to detect us?
A visual scan can still pick us up. Anyone looking out a window can see us plain as day. But you have to be pretty close to get an actual visual out in space. Most vessels rely on scanners. As long as the stealth systems are engaged, they can't see us. Not unless we accelerate to FTL speeds.
Which is a great callback, or rather, which is a great thing to keep in mind, because there's a certain companion quest with a certain companion that we get to do in Mass Effect 2. A companion we pick way later in the story, where there is a reference of let's just hope none of them are looking out the window because dead giveaway, and then we get deal. They do not look out the window. They do not look out the window. I love this game.
Why doesn't it work with faster than light travel?
Cranking up the FTL blue shifts our emissions, pushes them into frequencies too high to capture in the sinks. As soon as we make the jump, it's like setting off a flare. Sensors can pick up our location whenever we enter or exit FTL flight, but for short-range missions, our stealth systems are amazing, and we've got the only one.
Which also comes in handy, which is information that explains, and I like how, like, that's the beautiful thing about the science, the sci-fi aspect of Mass Effect, and how it is built in. Because in Mass Effect 3, when we then start going around trying to gather war assets and have to like up across different solar systems to get in, when we use FTL, we trigger a certain thing that comes hunting us, and Adams already gave us a heads up of how and why that system is in place back in Mass Effect 1. Once again, favorite gaming trilogy. If all you're like, Noria, but what about Dragon Age? Dragon Age is not a trilogy. Dragon Age is not a trilogy. And that's why I'm like, specifically this. I really adore and I love Andromeda. I'm one of Andromeda fans. I don't care about people being like, oh my god, it's horrible, the writing. I love Andromeda. But you see, Mass Effect 1, 2, 3 holds a special place in my heart. Sorry.
I want to know more about the Normandy.
She's the best ship I've ever served on. Probably the fastest vessel ever designed. And she's the only one using the new Tantalus drive core.
What's so special about the Tantalus drive core?
Proportionally, it's about twice the size of any other vessel. Not only are we faster, we can run at FTL speeds longer before we have to discharge the core.
Where else have you served, Adams?
If you name a class of Alliance ship, I've probably served on it. Everything from dreadnoughts and carriers right down to frigates like the Normandy. My last assignment was on the Tokyo, only a cruiser, but she was a good ship. Couldn't hold a candle to the Normandy, though.
Few things
Carry on,
can.
Adams.
Aye.
Few ships can. That's why we love the Normandy. Hi, Tali.
Your ship's amazing, Shepard.
Thank you.
I've never seen a drive core like this before. I can't believe you were able to fit it into a ship this small. I'm starting to understand why you humans have been so successful. I had no idea Alliance vessels were so advanced.
Technically, we did kind of build it with the Turians.
Prototype, cutting-edge technology.
A month ago, I was patching a makeshift fuel line into a converted tug ship in the flotilla. Now, I'm sitting on board one of the most advanced vessels in Citadel space. I have to thank you again for bringing me along.
Of course.
Traveling on a vessel like this is a dream come true for me.
I had no idea you found ship technology so interesting.
She's a Quarian.
It comes with being a Quarian. The migrant fleet is the key to the survival of my people. Ships are our most valuable resource. But we don't have anything like this. We make do with cast-offs and second-hand equipment. We just try to keep them running for as long as we can. Some of the fleet's larger vessels date all the way back to our original flight from the Geth.
And that's another thing. A lot of people that are like, oh, you know, Mass Effect does not have any form of politics in it. And I'm like, the Quarians are literally a representative of a displaced people who are desperate, in search, in need to go back home. And then later on in the series, you actually understand the complicated relationship they have with the Geth and how exactly the role we get to play as Shepard to help, you know, unite them and resolve that conflict. It's like,
I can't believe your fleet's
love this.
ships that are 3 centuries old.
They're constantly being repaired, modified, and refitted. They aren't pretty, but they work, mostly. We've tried to make ourselves as independent as possible on the flotilla, grow our own food, mine, and process our own fuel. But some things we just can't make on our own. A patch to maintain the hull integrity requires raw materials we just don't have. That's why our pilgrimages are so important.
Tell me about your people.
Our lives aren't easy. Resources are scarce, and we are constantly on the move. Everything we do must in some way contribute to the continuation of the migrant fleet. There are 17 million Quarians in the flotilla, and each of us relies on the others for survival. The bonds among my people are strong. Unfortunately, we have had to surrender many of the freedoms and civil liberties other species take for granted.
What kind of freedoms?
Well, it's illegal for parents to have more than one child. If our population grows too much, it would strain our resources to their breaking point.
Population
Of course,
control.
We also can't allow our numbers to become too few. If our population is in decline, the rule against single births is temporarily repealed. In extreme cases of population decline, incentives are even offered to encourage multiple births, though the Conclave hasn't had to take such measures in nearly a century.
Conclave?
That's your government.
The Conclave is our civilian branch of government. Each ship can elect a representative to serve on the Conclave and make decisions that affect the fleet as a whole. On matters that affect an individual ship, however, the captain has the final say. It's a tradition that dates back to the early days, when the fleet was governed by martial law. Fortunately, most captains nowadays are smart enough to have an elected council from their crew to give them advice and guidance.
So the ultimate power rests with elected officials?
In practice, the Conclave and the respective council for each ship tend to set the rules that govern our daily lives. But in theory, we are still under military jurisdiction. The 5 top-ranking military officials in the fleet serve on the Admiralty Board. These 5 have the power to overrule any decision by the Conclave in case of emergency. To do so requires unanimous agreement among the Admiralty, and they can only do this once. After that, the entire board must resign their posts. It's a safeguard that served us well. In nearly 3 centuries, the Admiralty Board has only overruled the Conclave 4 times.
Now that is something I want to see. I'm keeping my fingers crossed to see if they can explore that in Mass Effect 5. Because it will be very interesting to see how that applies. Also with Andromeda, right? To see if part of how Quarian society is governed will be brought in alongside the Quarians as they make, as they try to settle in and make their way in the Andromeda galaxy. Am I still hurt and pained that we never got the Andromeda DLC? Yes, because I do think that game might have had a very rough and patchy start, but it is a solid game, and I'm just sad that we never got the chance. Right? We never get that. Like, we never get to see how that plays out.
I want to know more about the Geth.
I doubt I can tell you anything you don't already know. It's been almost 3 centuries since they drove my people into exile. All I know is the story of their origins, what they were when we created them, and how they turned on us.
Interesting.
The Geth were originally created to serve as an automated manual labor force. Initially, their intelligence was as limited as any VI. Over time, we made small modifications to their programming to allow them to perform more varied and complex tasks, bringing them closer and closer to true AI status.
How come the Council didn't step in and stop you?
This wasn't true AI research. We may have been skirting the bounds of the law, but we never did anything that was actually illegal. The changes were so insignificant, so gradual, that we were able to control them. Or so we thought. But one thing we underestimated was the power of the neural network. 1 million Geth thinking simultaneously created an inherently unstable matrix.
So the Geth share brain power?
Many of the Geth's logic systems were designed to work in concert with other nearby Geth. Basically, the more of them you have in the group, the smarter they are.
So there's some sort of group consciousness?
No, nothing like that. They cannot share sensory data or information. Their programming cannot handle that much simultaneous input. Each Geth maintains an individual awareness and identity. The neural network only operates on a process-based level. It's basically the synthetic equivalent of a subconscious. But when they're in close proximity, they can coordinate low-level functional processes, freeing up more capacity for original or independent thought.
That doesn't make any sense.
I'm probably oversimplifying. The Geth are incredibly advanced and complex creations.
Very complex.
All you need to know is that they get smarter when they gather in large numbers. As we built more and more Geth, their effective intelligence became more sophisticated, more abstract. One day, a Geth began to ask its Quarian overseer questions about the nature of its existence.
Does this unit have a soul?
Am I alive? Why am I here? What is my purpose? As you can imagine, this caused a near panic among my people.
I don't see what's so bad about those questions.
The Geth were created to engage in mundane, repetitive, or dangerous manual labor. That's fine for machines, but it won't satisfy a sentient being for long. The Geth were showing signs of rudimentary self-awareness and independent thought. If the Geth were intelligent, then we were essentially using them as slaves. It was inevitable the newly sentient Geth would rebel against their situation. We knew they would rise up against us, so we acted first. A general order went out across all Quarian-controlled systems to permanently deactivate all Geth. The Geth responded to this order violently.
Now, here, see, which is the reason why I'm like, the entire basis of the trilogy is just a stunning work, because very stunning, because we get more context, right? But there's a mission that we get kind of, I was about to mention a name, but there's a mission we get kind of tricked into going in Mass Effect 3 that gives another perspective to this story that Tali and all her people knew for the last 300 years, because that is what was communicated to them. And you realize that a lot of things that there's a lot of context that the way in which the history that she was told was framed for her to lose sight, for the Quarians to not have any idea of the context of this. But even in general, even outside of what we know about it, I find it very interesting that the Quarians' response to realizing that this group of intelligence VI that they had created were gaining some form of sentience, and so the guilt of, oh shit, we might be using them as slaves, they decided that, oh yeah, rather than sit with the guilt of, I don't want to use them as a slave, it's best for us to just utterly eradicate them and genocide their entire species, or their entire being, or every single death we can find, because it is better for there not to be a viable, visible reminder of the fact that we might have subconsciously created beings that gain sentience and that we then enforce a slave status on them. The Quarians were like, rather than have slaves, we want to be genociders. You know.
Hey, you can't blame them for fighting for their survival.
We had no other choice. The Geth were already on the verge of revolution.
Were they though?
Quickly, we
were
had
they?
a chance to end the war before it began. The hope was that most of the Geth would still be little more than machines, incapable of organized resistance. But they had progressed much further than anyone anticipated. The war was long and bloody. Millions upon millions of Quarians died at their hands. In the end, we were forced to flee our own homeworld. We feared the Geth would pursue us, but they never came beyond the Veil. Now we drift through space, exile, searching for a way to reclaim what was once ours.
Once again, they defend themselves. Can you all tell that? Let me just express a bias to understanding where the Geth are coming from. It does not mean that I'm not going to kill a shitload of them in Mass Effect 1, Mass Effect 2, and Mass Effect 3, but I can do that and still recognize why they had to act the way they did.
Your ancestors tried to wipe out another species.
We made a mistake when we created the Geth in the first place, but we did not make a mistake when we went to war against them. If we had not acted, they would have wiped us out. They're a synthetic life form. They have no use for organics. None. Why do you think they cut themselves off from the rest of the galaxy? Why do you think they've killed every organic being who's ever tried to contact them?
They didn't kill Saren.
What does that tell you? The Geth are not innocent victims in all this. They're the enemy. They want to destroy us. Not just the Quarians. All organic life. That's why they've joined up with Saren. And that's why we have to stop him.
Is that why they joined up with Saren, or is it because of the fact that Saren comes and bears with him news about the Reaper, another synthetic life form, this time around ones that are so incredibly powerful that they consider them gods? Is it possible, Harley, that the Geth are like, you survived everything and anything that was thrown at you, you're these super powerful beings, you're like us, we are so separate and apart from organics, specifically the Quarians that tried to wipe out our entire species, but you are like us and you survived? Is it possible, Talazora, that is the reason why they decided to support Saren? Sure, this is me just simplifying, but I'm just saying that these are questions, these are thoughts to have in mind, and these were actually thoughts I had in mind when I first played the game.
I want to know more about the pilgrimage.
When my people reach maturity, we leave our birth ships and seek acceptance with a new crew. It's necessary to maintain genetic diversity among the fleet. But no ship wants to accept someone who will be a burden on them. So, to prove our worth, we embark on a pilgrimage. We set out alone, leaving the flotilla and our families behind us. We only return once we have found something of value we can bring back to the fleet. This is presented as a gift to the captain of the respective ship we wish to join. If the gift is accepted, we are welcomed into the crew.
Can a captain choose to reject the gift?
That doesn't happen often. Most captains are eager to increase the size of their crew. It increases their own standing in our society. Even when a gift is not particularly valuable, the captain usually accepts it out of a sense of tradition. However, there is a stigma to presenting a substandard gift. It's not the best way to make a good impression on a new community. Most pilgrims don't return until they find something worthwhile.
I want to talk about something else.
Like what?
That's about it, actually.
I should go.
See you later.
Bye, Tali. So what I'm gonna do, we're going to go up. Before I step up closer to the galaxy map, however, right? Because I've spoken to all the companions and all of that. Before I step up to the galaxy map, I will. Yes. Okay. So let's look at the codex. Okay. No, sorry. Did I just say? Yes. Let's do
Though
Rachni.
now extinct, the Rachni once threatened every species in Citadel space. Over 2,000 years ago, explorers foolishly opened a mass relay to a previously unknown system and encountered something never seen before or since, a species of spacefaring insects guided by a hive mind intelligence. Unfortunately, the Rachni were not peaceful, and the galaxy was plunged into a series of conflicts known as the Rachni Wars. Attempts to negotiate were futile, as it was impossible to make contact with the hive queens that guided the race from beneath the surface of their toxic home world. The emergence of the Krogan ended the Rachni Wars. Bred to survive the harshest environments, the Krogan were able to strike at the queens in their lairs and reclaim conquered Council worlds. But when Krogan fleets pressed them back to their homeworld, the Rachni refused to surrender, and the Krogan eradicated them from the galaxy.
Okay.
In the early
Batarians.
2160s, the Alliance began aggressive colonization of worlds in the Skillian Verge, much to the dismay of the Batarians, who had been developing the region for several decades. In 2171, the Batarians petitioned the Council to declare the Verge a zone of Batarian interest. The Council refused, however, declaring unsettled worlds in the region open to human colonization. In protest, the Batarians closed their Citadel embassy and severed official diplomatic relations with the Council, effectively becoming a rogue state. They instigated a proxy war in the Verge by funneling money and weapons to criminal organizations, urging them to strike at human colonies. Hostilities peaked with the Skillian Blitz of 2176, an attack on the human capital of Elysium by Batarian-funded pirates and slavers. In 2178, the Alliance retaliated with a crushing assault on the moon of Torfin, long used as a staging base by Batarian-backed criminals. In the aftermath, the Batarians retreated into their own systems and are now rarely seen in Citadel space.
Once again, the thing I love about Mass Effect, and especially with the world building and how the different races, you understand the reason for the conflict. None of them are necessarily evil or vile. You understand the reason why. So you listen to this and you're like, oh yeah, that's the reason why the Batarians, like, because we're playing as a human, we're more inclined to be like, you know what, I'm going to support human interests. But you read this and you're like, to be fair, the Batarians were there first. They were developing first. And that is why I said about how the Council, it's a commentary on how systems of power usually rather than be like, okay, let us give up this and create up, because they could have easily said, oh, we're going to find other worlds for you to colonize, and I really hate that word, other words for you to colonize, and like in referring to the human races. But they knew, right? The Batarians were initially a member of they were part of they had an embassy in the Citadel. They were aligning with council rules and regulations to find out that they were not giving any protections, but the humans who are more recent, who are recent joiners, are giving what it was that the Batarians had been cultivating and taking care of. You can understand why they are so upset and why they became very, very mad, right? Like, it just goes to show how the council has always had a clear case of favoritism, which is why the which is something that we would end up seeing in the series as we go forth, right?
The Elcor are a Citadel species native to the high-gravity world.
Wait, I think I have. Yes, I have.
When the Krogan evolved in a hostile and vicious environment. Until the invention of gunpowder weapons, eaten by predators was still the #1 cause of Krogan fatalities. Afterwards, it was death by gunshot. When the Solarians discovered them, the Krogan were a brutal, primitive species, struggling to survive a self-inflicted nuclear winter. The Solarians culturally uplifted them, teaching them to use and build modern technology, so they could serve as soldiers in the Rachni War. Liberated from the harsh conditions of their homeworld, the quick-breeding Krogan experienced an unprecedented population explosion. They began to colonize nearby worlds, even though these worlds were already inhabited. The Krogan rebellions lasted nearly a century, only ending when the Turians unleashed the Genophage, a Solarian-developed bioweapon that crushed all Krogan resistance. The Genophage makes only 1 in 1,000 pregnancies viable, and today the Krogan are a slowly dying breed. Understandably, the Krogan harbor a grudge against all other species, especially the Turians.
Once again, I repeat, like, you see these layers. I do intend to make a video properly articulating my thoughts with regards how it's just the systems of, because the Solarians, like, they uplifted the Krogan just for them to serve a primary purpose of being further in a war against the Rachni. And when it was that they had served their purpose, they were destroyed, they were disposed of, right? Because they stepped out of line. I actually, like I said, I'm going to make a video properly articulating my thoughts on this, because now that I'm replaying Mass Effect, I'm like, okay, I'm going to be doing some Mass Effect videos as well. And for those who are like, where are you going to be putting this other video on Noria? I do have a second channel. I have it linked in the description bar, Chronicles of Noria, and that's where I do like my media analysis. But it's not just for video games, just heads up. Like, I do movies, I do TV shows, I do anime, books, and video games. So it's everything, right? Just keep that in mind.
Driven from their home system by the Geth nearly 3 centuries ago, most Quarians now live aboard the Migrant Fleet, a flotilla of 50,000 vessels ranging in size from passenger shuttles to mobile space stations. Home to 17 million Quarians, the flotilla understandably has scarce resources. Because of this, each Quarian must go on a rite of passage known as the pilgrimage when they come of age. They leave the fleet and only return once they have found something of value they can bring back to their people. Other species tend to look down on the Quarians for creating the Geth, and for the negative impact their fleet has when it enters a system. This has led to many myths and rumors about the Quarians, including the belief that underneath their clothes and breathing masks, they are actually cybernetic creatures, a combination of organic and synthetic parts.
A commentary on how displaced people and immigrants within societies are always looked at lesser than, as lesser than by those who exist within that society, and resent them for the intrusion that their presence creates.
The Volus are a member species
yeah,
of the
I have read this
with
actually.
Their own embassy, but they are also a client race of the Turians.
No, I have not.
Centuries ago, they were voluntarily absorbed into the hierarchy, effectively trading their
Okay, we've done Earth.
The Citadel is an ancient.
Yeah.
The Council is an executive committee composed
we have
of.
done this.
Citadel space is an unofficial term referring to any region of space controlled by a species that acknowledges the authority of the Citadel Council. At first glance, it appears this territory encompasses most of the galaxy. In reality, however, less than 1% of the stars have been explored. Even Mass Effect FTL drive is slow relative to the volume of the galaxy. Empty space and systems without suitable drive discharge sites are barriers to exploration. Only the mass relays allow ships to jump hundreds of light years in an instant, the key to expanding across an otherwise impassable galaxy. Whenever a new relay is activated, the destination system is rapidly developed. From that hub, FTL drive is used to expand to nearby star clusters. The result is a number of densely developed clusters, thinly spread across the vast expanse of space, connected by the mass relay network.
Less than 1%. Less than 1%.
The Citadel. Spectres are agents from the Office of Special Tactics and Reconnaissance, and answer only to the Citadel Council. They are elite military operatives, granted the authority to deal with threats to peace and stability in whatever way they deem necessary. They
we have listened to this because I was
humanity's first contact with an alien.
We have done.
Pharos is a habitable world in the Attican Beta Cluster. Two-thirds of the habitable surface is covered with the ruins of a crumbling Prothean megatropolis. In the millennia since the Prothean extinction, the ruins have been repeatedly picked over by looters many times. Pharos was considered a poor prospect for colonization, as little open ground remains for agriculture. The only sizable freshwater sources are the poles, which are tapped by the decaying Prothean aqueduct systems. The dead cities, while in good condition considering their antiquity, are of uncertain stability. Ground level is congested by a dozen meters of fallen debris, and the air is fouled by dust. In 2178, the Human Exogeny Corporation announced its intention to place a permanent colony on Pharos to thoroughly explore the ruins. The pioneer settlement was placed on the upper levels of several intact skyscrapers, using the surviving Prothean aqueducts and rooftop hydroponic gardens to support the population. Noveria is a cool, rocky world with most of its hydrosphere locked up in massive glaciers. A privately chartered colony world, the planet is owned by the Noveria Development Corporation Holding Company. The NDC is funded by investment capital from 24 high-technology development firms and administrated by an executive board representing their interests. The investors built remote hot labs in isolated locations across Noveria's surface. These facilities are used for research too dangerous or controversial to be performed elsewhere, as Noveria is technically not part of Citadel space and therefore exempt from Council law. By special arrangement, Citadel's special tactics and reconnaissance agents have been granted extraterritorial privileges, but it remains to be seen how committed the Executive Board is to that principle. Given its unique situation, it is understandable that Noveria is often implicated in all manner of wild conspiracy theories.
And it is a great way to also point out how, what kind of, like, Noveria is a great way to show what would happen to a world that is controlled and managed by oligarchs, which unfortunately seems to be the direction our society is currently trying to swing towards.
The terminus systems are located on the far side of the Attican Traverse, beyond the space administered by the Citadel Council or claimed by the human systems. There are between 200 and 400 billion stars in the galaxy, and less than 1% of them have ever been visited or had their systems properly surveyed. Humanity's early expansion into the Attican Traverse was haphazard, a desperate race to claim habitable planets where populations can be economically settled. Ignored in the wake of this land grab were thousands of less hospitable worlds, each potentially rich with industrial resources. The wealth of entire solar systems lies untapped, waiting for corporate survey teams or independent pioneers to discover and exploit them. However, this is not an easy task. In addition to the environmental hazards, the fact that uncharted worlds are largely ignored makes them popular bases for criminals, revolutionaries, cults, and others who wish to remain unnoticed
by galactic society. Like, the reason why I paused a bit was because I was trying to do mental calculation. So basically, according to this, only between 20 million to 4 billion like stars in the galaxy have been visited, like within the world of Mass Effect. Crazy, isn't it?
Faster-than-light drives use element zero cores to reduce the mass of the ship, allowing higher rates of acceleration. This effectively raises the speed of light within the Mass Effect field, allowing high-speed travel with negligible relativistic time dilation effects. Starships still require conventional thrusters, chemical rockets, commercial fusion torch, economy ion engine, or military anti-proton drive, in addition to the FTL drive core. With only a core, a ship has no motive power. The amount of EZO and power required for a drive increases exponentially to the mass being moved and the degree it is being lightened. Very massive ships or very high speeds are prohibitively expensive. If the field collapses while the ship is moving at faster than light speed, the effects are catastrophic. The ship is snapped back to sublight velocity, the enormous excess energy shed in the form of lethal Cherenkov radiation. Larger warships are generally classified in one of 4 weights. Frigates are small, fast ships used for scouting and screening of larger vessels. Frigates often operate in wolf-pack flotillas.
The Normandy is a frigate, remember?
Are middleweight combatants, faster than dreadnoughts and more heavily armed than frigates. Cruisers are the standard patrol unit and often lead frigate flotillas. Dreadnoughts are kilometer-long capital ships mounting heavy, long-range firepower. They are only deployed for the most vital missions. Carriers are dreadnought-sized vessels that also carry large numbers of fighters. Smaller vessels are almost exclusively used in a support role to the warships during combat. Fighters are one-man craft used to perform close-range attacks on enemy ships. Interceptors are one-man craft optimized for destroying opposing fighters. The Normandy is a prototype starship developed by the Human Systems Alliance with the assistance of the Citadel Council. It is optimized for scouting and reconnaissance missions in unstable regions using state-of-the-art stealth technology. For most ships, the heat generated through standard operations is easily detectable against the absolute zero background of space. The Normandy, however, is able to temporarily sink this heat within the hull. Combined with refrigeration of the exterior hull, the ship can travel undetected for hours or drift passively for days of covert observation. This is not without risk. The stored heat must eventually be radiated, or it will build to levels capable of cooking the crew alive. Another component of the stealth system is the Normandy's revolutionary Tantalus drive, a Mass Effect core twice the standard size. The Tantalus drive generates mass concentrations that the Normandy falls into, allowing it to move without the use of heat-emitting thrusters.
Let's go to technology.
Biotics is an artificial intelligence is a self-aware computing system capable of learning and independent decision-making. Creation of a conscious AI requires adaptive code, a slow, expensive education, and a specialized quantum computer called a blue box. An AI cannot be transmitted across a communication channel or computer network. Without its blue box, an AI is no more than data files. Loading these files into a new blue box will create a new personality, as variations in the quantum hardware and runtime results create unpredictable variations. The Geth serve as a cautionary tale against the dangers of rogue AI, and in Citadel space they are technically illegal. Advocacy groups argue, however, that an AI is a living, conscious entity, deserving the same rights as organics. They argue that continued use of the term artificial is institutionalized racism on the part of organic life. The term synthetic is considered the politically correct alternative.
BioWare putting in PC language
A
in.
virtual intelligence is an advanced form of user interface software. VIs use a variety of methods to simulate natural conversation, including an audio interface and an avatar personality to interact with. Although a VI can provide a convincing emulation of sentience, they are not self-aware, nor can they learn or take independent action. VIs are used as operating systems on commercial and home computers. Minimal VI agents are also available. Agents are compact and specialized. Some serve as personal secretaries, filtering calls and scheduling meetings based on user-defined priorities. Others are advanced search engines, propagating themselves across the extranet to collate user-requested data. Commercial VIs in a variety of stock personalities are available at any software retailer. Boutique firms and hobbyists also build unique VIs to personal specification. Although software emulation of living personalities is illegal, reconstructions of famous historical figures are common.
If you're like, but Nora, you've already listened to this, why are you listening to it again? Because I've listened to the VI part, but I just wanted to get...
When subjected to an electrical current, the rare material dubbed Element Zero, or EZO, emits a dark energy field that raises or lowers the mass of all objects within it. This mass effect is used in countless ways, from generating artificial gravity to manufacturing high-strength construction materials. It is most prominently used to enable faster-than-light space travel. EZO is generated when solid matter, such as a planet, is affected by the energy of a star going supernova. The material is common in the asteroid debris that orbits neutron stars and pulsars. These are dangerous places to mine, requiring extensive use of robotics, telepresence, and shielding to survive the incredible radiation from the dead star. Only a few major corporations can afford the setup costs required to work these primary sources. Humanity discovered refined Element Zero at the Prothean Research Station on Mars, allowing them to create mass effect fields and develop FTL travel.
Now, the reason, back to this conversation, the reason why I did want to listen to the VI again was to compare and contrast that with regard the conversation that, or rather the codex entry that we get for AI, to show the slight difference with them and how it is possible for something to go from VI to AI.
Element Zero can increase or decrease the mass of a volume of space-time when subjected to an electrical current. With a positive current, mass is increased. With a negative current, mass is decreased. The stronger the current, the greater the magnitude of the dark energy mass effect. In space, low-mass fields allow FTL travel and inexpensive surface-to-orbit transit. High-mass fields create artificial gravity and push space debris away from vessels. In manufacturing, low-mass fields permit the creation of evenly blended alloys, while high-mass compaction creates dense, sturdy construction materials. The military makes extensive use of mobility-enhancing technologies, with Mass Effect utilizing fighting vehicles standard frontline issue in most military forces. Mass Effect fields are also essential in the creation of kinetic barriers or shields to protect against enemy fire.
Just to give you all an idea of just how the Protheans and their mass effect technology that the different species stumbled across, to show you how exactly how far-reaching that has, like, they use it in manufacturing, in the military, in space travel. So you see just how far-reaching that is.
Far beyond the technology of any living species. They are enormous structures scattered throughout the stars and can create corridors of virtually mass-free space, allowing instantaneous transit between locations separated by years or even centuries of travel using conventional FTL drives. Primary mass relays can propel ships thousands of light years, often from one spiral arm of the galaxy to another. However, they have fixed one-to-one connections. A primary relay connects to one other primary relay and nowhere else. Secondary relays can only propel ships across a few hundred light years. However, they are omnidirectional. A secondary relay can send a ship to any other relay within its limited range. There are many dormant primary relays whose corresponding twins have not yet been located. These are left inactive until their partner is charted, as established civilizations are unwilling to blindly open a passage that might connect them to a hostile species.
The reason why that last paragraph is important is because of events we get to experience in Mass Effect 5. And now I have a theory that I actually might hold up. I want to take a screenshot of this. If you're like, Noria, what are you doing? I have an idea for a video. Okay.
Omni-tools are handheld devices that combine a computer microframe, sensor analysis pack, and manufacturing fabricator. Versatile and reliable, an Omni-tool can be used to analyze and adjust the functionality of most standard equipment, including weapons and armor, from a distance. The fabrication module can rapidly assemble small three-dimensional objects from common reusable industrial plastics, ceramics, and light alloys. This allows for field repairs and modifications to most standard items, as well as the reuse of salvaged equipment. Omni-tools are standard issue for soldiers and first-in colonists.
I think I've read that before, but...
Combat hard suits use
I've already done this.
To protect kinetic barrier.
We've done kinetic
barrier. A mass accelerator propels a solid metal slug using precisely controlled electromagnetic attraction and repulsion. The slug is designed to squash or shatter on impact, increasing the energy it transfers to the target. If this were not the case, it would simply punch a hole right through, doing minimal damage. Accelerator design was revolutionized by Element Zero. A slug lightened by a mass effect field can be accelerated to greater speeds, permitting projectile velocities that were previously unattainable. If accelerated to a high enough velocity, a simple paint chip can impact with the same destructive force as a nuclear weapon. However, mass accelerators produce recoil equal to their impact energy. This is mitigated somewhat by the mass effect fields that rounds are suspended within. But weapon recoil is still the prime limiting factor on slug velocity. Medigel is a common medicinal salve used by paramedics, EMTs, and military personnel. It combines several useful applications: a local anesthetic, disinfectant, and clotting agent all in one. Once applied, the gel is designed to grip tight to flesh until subjected to a frequency of ultrasound. It is sealable against liquids, most notably blood, as well as contaminants and gases. The gel is a genetically engineered bioplasm created by the CERTA Foundation, a medical technology megacorp based on Earth. Technically, Medigel violates Council laws against genetic engineering, but to date, it has proved far too useful to ban.
Once again, a commentary on how laws are subjective, and the only reason why bodies and institutions and governments would allow certain laws to be is because it benefits them. Or rather, if it is that something contrary to law can benefit a government, best believe they're going to find a way to create a loophole for that law themselves, because human beings and governments are made up of human beings, are naturally selfish.
All modern infantry weapons, from pistols to assault rifles, use micro-scaled mass accelerator technology. Projectiles consist of tiny metal slugs suspended within a mass-reducing field, accelerated by magnetic force to speeds that inflict kinetic damage. The ammo magazine is a simple block of metal. The gun's internal computer calculates the mass needed to reach the target based on distance, gravity, and atmospheric pressure, then shears off an appropriate-sized slug from the block. A single block can supply thousands of rounds, making ammo a non-issue during any engagement. Top-line weapons also feature smart targeting that allows them to correct for weather and environment. Firing on a target in a howling gale feels the same as it does on a calm day at the practice range. Smart targeting does not mean a bullet will automatically find the mark every time the trigger is pulled. It only makes it easier for the marksman to aim.
Okay. Krogan, the genophage. I'm just going to quickly run you through secondary, and then we can be done with today's. I apologize for people that are like, no, there are so many codex entries. What can I say? I love reading codex entries. The genophage bioweapon was created to end the Krogan rebellions. From the start, the Krogan had overwhelmed the Council. Only timely first contact with the Turians saved the Council races. The Turians fought the Krogan to a standstill, but the sheer weight of Krogan numbers indicated the war could not be won through conventional means. The Turians collaborated with the Salarians to genetically engineer a counter to the rapid breeding of the Krogan. The genophage virus gained the energy to replicate by eating key genetic sequences. Every cell in every Krogan had to be altered for the weapon to be foolproof. Otherwise, the Krogan could have used gene therapy to fix the affected tissues. Once a genophage strain could find no more genes to eat, it would starve and die, limiting spin-off mutation and contamination. This created genetic flaw is hereditary. The Salarians believed the genophage would be used as a deterrent, a position the Turians viewed as naive. Once the project was complete, the Turians mass-produced and deployed it. The Krogan homeworld, their colonies, and all occupied worlds were infected. The resulting mutation made only 1 in 1,000 Krogan pregnancies carry to term. It did not reduce fertility, but offspring viability. Like, that is so cruel, because they were just giving birth to stillborns. They were not able to carry their babies to terms. Like, they would miscarriage. Like, that shit is vile. Anyway, sorry. The rare females able to carry children to term became prizes the Krogan warlords fought brutal battles over. The Krogan are a shadow of their former glory. While the rebellions took place centuries ago, they are constantly reminded of the horror of the genophage and of their inability to counter it. The release of the genophage is still controversial, bitterly debated in many circles. Okay. Hold up, let me see. After the Rachni War, the quick-breeding Krogan expanded at the expense of their neighbors. Warlords leveraged their veteran soldiers to seize living space while the council races were still grateful. Over centuries, the Krogan conquered world after world. There were always just one more needed. Once again, showing that the Krogans were not a total, complete, innocent victims in this. Like, everybody had a role they played. When the council finally demanded withdrawal from the Astari colony of Lucia, Krogan overlord Kredak stormed off the citadel, daring the council to take their worlds back. But the council had taken precautions. The finest STG operators and Astari huntresses had been drafted into a covert observation force, the Office of Special Tactics and Reconnaissance. The Spectres opened the war with crippling strategic strikes. Krogan planets went dark as computer viruses flooded the extranet. Sabotaged antimatter refineries disappeared in blue-white annihilation. Headquarters stations shattered into orbit-clogging debris, rammed by pre-placed suicide freighters. Still, this only delayed the inevitable. The war would have been lost if not for first contact with the Turians, who responded to Krogan threats with a prompt declaration of war. Being on the far side of Krogan space from the Council, the Turians advanced rapidly into the lightly defended Krogan rare areas. The Krogan responded by dropping space stations and asteroids on Turian colonies. 3 worlds were rendered completely uninhabitable. This was precisely the wrong approach to take with the Turians. Each is first and foremost a public servant willing to risk his life to protect his comrades. Rather than increasing public war weariness, Krogan tactics stiffened Turian resolve. The arrival of Turian task forces saved many worlds from the warlords' marauding fleet, but it took development of the genophage bioweapon to end the war. There were decades of unrest afterwards. Rogue warlords and old-out groups of insurgents refused to surrender or disappeared into the frontier systems to become pirates. Now, before I move into, let's start with the pilgrimage and then I'll just move up. Quarians' pilgrimage. When Quarians of the migrant fleet reach young adulthood, they must leave their birth ship and find a new crew to accept them as permanent residents. To prove themselves, they must recover something of value. This is offered to their prospective captain as proof that they will not be a mere burden on the shoestring resources of the ship. This process is called the pilgrimage. Stripped of ritual, the pilgrimage is merely an attempt to maintain genetic diversity within the small, relatively isolated population bases that made up the migrant fleet. If the young stayed and married within their birth vessel, the risk of inbreeding would increase sharply. Quarians are surgically fitted with their various immunity-boosting implants in preparation for leaving on pilgrimage. Having grown up within the sterile, controlled environment of the migrant fleet ships, Quarians have virtually no natural immune system. Now, the migrant fleet is the largest concentration of starfaring vessels in the galaxy, sprawling across millions of kilometers. It can take days for the entire fleet to pass through a mass relay. When the Quarians fled their homeworld, the fleet was a motley aggregation of freighters, shuttles, industrial vessels, and the odd warship. After 3 centuries, all have been modified to support larger crews as comfortably as possible. As the Quarians achieved stability, they began weeding out the ships least suitable for long-term habitation, selling them and pooling the money to buy larger and more space-worthy hulls. The process is ongoing as vessels wear out and break down. While some ships enjoy dedicated cabins with full privacy and sanitary facilities, many more are former freighters whose cargo bays and containers are pressurized and divided into family spaces using simple metal cubicle bulkheads. The Quarians enliven these austere spaces with colorful quilts and tapestries, which also help muffle sound. The day-to-day operations of the fleet, traffic control, station keeping, supply distribution, and so on are under military jurisdictions. Though ship captains have the authority to deviate from their assigned positions and may leave the fleet at any time, they are assumed to do so at their own risk. As the migrant fleet moves around the galaxy, many ships split off to pursue individual goals, returning days or years later. Once again, it's fast. You can see why the Quarians are desperate to regain and reclaim their homeworlds because of how they've had to live. Due to the Quarians' precarious existence and the need to enforce strict rationing, government is somewhat autocratic. The migrant fleet operations are directed by the Admiralty, a board of 5 military officers who are advised by a legislative body called the Conclave. Each vessel in the fleet has the right to send representatives to the Conclave aboard the flagship. The number of representatives is based on crew size. Larger clans with bigger ships and more votes form the cause of political blocs. Opposition comes from the Outriders coalition with delegates from thousands of smaller ships. Here. The Admiralty defers to the Conclave's decision in most circumstances. However, if all 5 members agree that the Conclave decision jeopardizes the survival of the fleet and cannot get the Conclave to address their concerns, they have the right to summarily overturn the legislative decision. After the Admiralty uses this extraordinary power, they must resign. If the Admiralty does not step down after using their veto, the rest of the military is obliged to arrest them. Each ship, so clearly a way of separating of powers, right? Each ship captain has authority over his vessel, but is advised by an elected civilian council, just as the Admiralty is advised by the Conclave. This relationship may range from cooperation to polite tolerance to outright hostility, but any captain who overrules his council without good reason is relieved of command by the Admiralty. Many Quarian ships are owned by clans who pool their resources to purchase used vessels from private sellers. Large ships are prestigious for big, rich clans, but a small ship means status for a small clan with enough personal wealth to afford a private vessel. Clan vessel captains are not subject to dismissal by the Admiralty. Abusive captains are a family problem if they do not disrupt the operations of the fleet. Economy. The migrant fleet has little economic base, operating in a state of perpetual hand-to-mouth. While Quarian ships include light manufacturing and assembly plants, they lack heavy industries such as refining and shipbuilding. The fleet has tankers for water purification and oxygen cracking, but the space-intensive nature of agriculture limits food production. A simple disaster could destroy the fragile balance. The Quarians earn income in creative ways. Because the government is obliged to provide food, water, air, and medical support for every individual, the conclave strategically determines the course of the fleet to bring in resources and income. The species who suspects the migrant fleet is heading towards their space often offers a gift of surplus starships, fuel, and resources to convince the conclave to alter course. So rather than have them come in and absolutely decimate your economy, it's best for you to give them a gift so that they can go on their way and not bother coming close to you. As the fleet passes through a system, swarms of mining vessels walk over asteroids for metals and siliceous materials and cometary bodies for water, ice, and organics. Quarian miners are adept at locating and strip mining spaceborne resources. This sparks conflict with corporations already working the system. Large mining concerns spend millions on lobbyists and public relations portraying the Quarians as locusts, devouring the resources of a system before moving on. The great asset of the Quarians is their rarefied skills. Most are experienced miners. Due to their life of perpetual salvage and repair, they are skilled engineers and technicians. More than once, the very corporations that lobby against the Quarians have made backroom deals with the fleet, arranging for skilled Quarians to fill space engineering jobs that other species would demand higher wages for. Quarians are widely hated among the working classes. The Quarians are coming to take our jobs is a common response to the fleet's approach. Once again, I repeat, the people that think that Mass Effect is not a political game, I'm like, are you all reading this? Do you all understand the politics? The layer, the societal commentary that is worked into every single game that BioWare makes. So good. Anyway. Citadel Conventions. These diplomatic talks occurred in the wake of the Krogan rebellions as a response to the destruction of the conflict and an attempt to distance the Council from the brutal Krogan warfare. The conventions regulate the use of weapons of mass destruction. A weapon of mass destruction causes environmental alteration to a world. A bomb that produces a large crater is not considered a weapon of mass destruction. A bomb that causes a nuclear winter is. Use of weapons of mass destruction is forbidden on garden worlds like Earth, with ecospheres that can readily support a population. If a habitable world is destroyed, it will not be replaced for millions of years. The conventions do not forbid the use of weapon of mass destruction on hostile worlds. The question then is, what do you categorize as a hostile world? See why I said that this is just commentary on our society. Or in a sealed space station environment, or in a sealed space station environment, Many militaries continue to develop and maintain stockpiles. The convention graded weapons of mass destruction into tiers of concern. Tier 1 is the greatest threat to galactic peace. Tier 1, large kinetic impactors such as asteroids or deorbiting space stations, effectively free and available in any system in the form of debris left over from planetary accretion. Kinetic impactors are the weapons of choice for terrorists and third galaxy nations. Tier 2, uncontrolled self-replicating weapons such as nanotechnology, viral or bacteriological organisms, von Neumann devices, and destructive computer viruses. These weapons can lie dormant for millennia, waiting for a careless visitor to carry them onto another world. Tier 3, large energy burst weapons such as nuclear or antimatter warheads. Tier 4, alien species deliberately introduced to crowd out native forms necessary for the health of an ecosystem. Ecologically tampering can take years to bear fruit, making it difficult to prove, which is why it's also very prepared, right? Citadel Security is a volunteer police service answering to the Citadel Council. The 200,000 constables of CSEC are responsible for maintaining public order in the densely populated Citadel. They also provide pirate suppression, customs enforcement, and search and rescue throughout the Citadel cluster. CSEC has 6 divisions: enforcement, uniformed officers who patrol the Citadel and respond to emergencies; investigations, detectives who puzzle out the truth behind crimes and bring perpetrators to justice; customs, screens the thousands of passengers and cargo containers that pass through the Citadel's ports every day; network, deals with cyber crimes like identity and copyright theft, hacking and viral attacks, and illegal artificial intelligence; special response, deals with hostage situations, bombs, and heavily armed criminals. In the unlikely event that attackers board the Citadel, they are also the front line of defense, armed with military-grade equipment; patrol, naval arm with ships stationed throughout the Citadel cluster. Unlike the other divisions, they are rarely seen at the Citadel, nor do they stay in one place long. Joining CSEC is prestigious. Applications must be sponsored by a Citadel Counselor or the ambassador of an associate council race. Generally, applicants have many years of distinguished service in the military or police force of their nation, but an inexperienced applicant with demonstrable talent will be fairly considered. CSEC and the Spectres are often at odds. Many CSEC members, notably current executive Venari Palin, believe that allowing Spectres to be above the law is a dangerous practice. The actions of Seren Atrarius lead credence to this position. The Spectres, in turn, are aggravated when CSEC's dedication to procedure and due process hampers their investigation. Presidium Ring. The ring is an enclosed loop of park-like space serving as the connection point for the wards. The interior walls are lined with the embassies of influential species and private residences for the galaxy's elite. The Presidium is full of open-air restaurants, bars, and luxurious meeting areas. Gravity is about a third Earth normal. A holographic sky is projected over the ceiling of the ring. Unlike the 24/7 bustle of the wards, the Presidium maintains a 20-hour day schedule with a 6-hour night, where lights are dimmed and the sky goes through a night cycle. Offices and residences are often open to the interior. It is not unusual for embassies to have no exterior wall at all. This does not cause a crime problem due to the heavy CSEC presence, ubiquitous and due to the heavy CSEC presence and ubiquitous monitoring devices on the Presidium. Thieves are quickly identified and apprehended. The ring is the location of the Citadel spaceport. Being closer to the center of the spin, there is less motion for a ship to match, and the reduced spin gravity makes handling cargo easier. Hundreds of ships pass through the Citadel every day, and every species with an embassy is granted a private dock. The tower at the center of the ring holds the administration of the Citadel Council. The tower rises over a kilometer from the ring, appearing to thrust forward to the upward arms. As the tower is at the center of the spin axis, it experiences little centrifugal force. Gravity is maintained using mass effect fields at a 90-degree angle to the ring and wards. A consular dock can be found at the base of the tower. While normally used for diplomatic couriers and Spectre business, the shuttles docked here can excavate the council government in an emergency. We've already done statistics. Let's do wards. The majority of the Citadel's population lives in wards, the 5 massive arms of the rotation that house the residential and commercial districts. Many galactic races have established cultural enclaves here. Population density and cost of living are extremely high, akin to Earth cities such as Hong Kong and Singapore. The wards are open-topped, with skyscrapers rising from the superstructure. Towers are sealed against vacuum, as the breathable atmosphere envelope is only maintained to a height of about 7 meters. The atmosphere is contained. Hi, baby. Do you want to come? My kitty cat is like unsure if he wants to come here. Do you want to come? Okay, I might ignore you. Of course, when I did, he decided to show up. The atmosphere is contained by the centrifugal force of a rotation and a membrane of dense, colorless sulfur hexafluoride gas held in place by carefully managed mass effect fields. The view from the wards is spectacular. In the background, stars, Serpent Nebula, and the nearby blue giant called the Widow move across the sky as the station rotates to stabilize itself. In the foreground, The lights of buildings and vehicles on the opposing ward's arms perpetually shine. The Citadel has no real day or night. While the station keeps to standard galactic time for political functions, businesses rarely close and residents acclimate to sleep and work according to personal need rather than a day-night cycle. Additions and modifications are constantly being constructed, though they must stay within certain specifications that will not compromise the operation of the station. Occasionally, the keepers will descend on an area of the wards and move or change the architecture without explanation. Residents have learned to live with this inexplicable intrusions. Treaty of Farrington. Due to the destructive potential of dreadnoughts, the Council races agreed that at the Farrington Naval Conference to fix a ratio of dreadnought construction between themselves. At the top of the pyramid is the peacekeeping Turian fleet. Below the Turians are the other Council races, currently the Asari and Solarians. Council associate races are at the bottom. The Human Systems Alliance is part of this last group. The ratio of Turian to Council to associate dreadnoughts is 5 to 3 to 1. For every dreadnought humans are permitted to build, the Asari have 3 and the Turians 5. I've done... Oh, wait, hold up. Humanities have encountered many galactic species. Wars have been few, but mistrust is rife. Politically, the Alliance is a peaceful trade partner of the Turians. As a practical matter, however, there's a simmering antagonism and bigotry between both populations over the First Contact War of 2157. The Alliance enjoys good relations with the Asari, though many privately believe the matriarchs are aristocratic and overcautious. Though humans know better than to unconditionally trust any Solarian, their shared restless, reckless ways make them natural allies against the conservative Turians and Asari. The Krogan have no unified government, but individuals are generally treated as potential criminals, a reputation most Krogan enjoy living down to. The Alliance has no formal contact with the Quarians. Their migrant fleet has not yet passed through any human-settled system. The Batarians are rivals for control of the Skillian Verge. They severed their treaties with the Citadel to prosecute a colonial conflict against the Alliance. Officially, there is no war, but neither is there any peace. Systems Alliance, military jargon. Ashore, when a ship's crew leaves the vessel. They are ashore. Though normally used regarding planets, it can refer to boarding a space station. Away, when a ship releases the equipment tethering it to a space station or surface dock, it is away. Aye aye, the proper way to acknowledge an order. If told to attack, the correct response is aye aye sir. If asked, are you proud to be a Marine? The correct response is yes sir. ASAP, pronounced ASAP, and according for as soon as possible. Belay, stop, seize, bridge, the navigation center of a spacecraft where the steering is done. Captain's mast, non-judicial disciplinary proceedings by unit commanders. CIC, Combat Information Center, the command center of a spacecraft. That is where we had the Galaxy, right? The Galaxy Station. The CIC is filled with sensor displays to make sense out of chaos of combat. DC, damage control, the containment and repair of damage to a spacecraft. ECM, electronic countermeasures used to avoid enemy sensors from passive emissions masking to active jamming. EVA, extravehicular activity, time spent in a pressure suit outside of a vehicle, spacecraft, or station. Flank. The flank is the side of a military formation. Since the soldiers are facing elsewhere, an enemy that can attack on the flank can often turn it or roll it up. FNG, freaking new guy, a derisive term for inexperienced personnel. Groundside, the surface of a planet. Helmsman, the crewsman who pilots a spacecraft. Ladder. Light amplified detection and ranging. An active sensor that bounces lasers off an object to determine its bearing and distance. Later has sufficient resolution that the data can be reconstructed into an image. Shore parties. Spacecraft crews sent to shore on official business. Silent running, an old submariners term used aboard the Normandy to denote when stealth systems are active. SITREP, abbreviation of situation report and evaluation of the current military situation. Spacer, someone who has spent most of their life in space. EXO, executive officer, which is what Shepard was. the second in command of an Alliance warship. The XO is responsible for administrative and personnel matters. Military ranks. The Alliance uses a modified version of the ranking system that has been used for hundreds of years. Soldiers are classified into rank and file enlisted personnel, experienced non-commissioned officers, NCOs, and specially trained officers. The divide between naval personnel and ground forces, Marines, is small. Ground units are a specialized branch of the fleet, just as fighter squadrons are. This unit of command is imposed by the futility of fighting without a control of orbit. Without the Navy, any army is pointless. The Marines are a matter of pride. As a matter of pride, maintain some of their traditional rank titles. For example, Marines have privates and corporals instead of servicemen. In ascending order of responsibility, the ranks of the Alliance are enlisted, servicemen third class or private second class, servicemen second class or private first class, servicemen first class or corporal, NCOs, service chief, gunnery chief, which is what Ashley Williams was, operations chief, officers, second lieutenant, first lieutenant, staff lieutenant, lieutenant commander, staff commander, captain or major, rear admiral or general, admiral, and then fleet admiral, right? Systems Alliance N7, the Alliance Military Vocational Code System classifies the career path of all serving personnel. The MVC consists of one letter and one number. A soldier's MVC indicates proficiency, not rank. The letter notes career path. The number indicates level of experience as indicated by service record, technical scores, and commendations. All 26 letters are used and numbers run from 1 to 7. N is the letter code for Special Forces personnel, which is, what Shepard is, right? O-Dub. New Space Travelers asks, what does it look like outside the ship moving at faster than light speed? Part of the answer can be seen in a simple pane of glass. Light travels slower through glass than it does through open air. Light also moves slower in conventional space than it does in a high-speed Mass Effect field. This causes refraction. Any light entering at an angle is bent and separated into a spectrum. Objects outside the ship will appear refracted. The greater the difference between the objective, exterior, and subjective interior speeds of light, the greater the refraction. As the subjective speed of light is raised within the field, objects outside will appear to redshift, eventually becoming visible only to radio telescope antenna. High energy electromagnetic sources normally hidden to the eye become visible in the eye blue spectrum. As the speed of light continues to be raised, X-ray, gamma ray, and eventually cosmic ray sources become visible. Stars will be replaced by pulsars, the accretion disk of black holes, quasars, and gamma ray bursts. To an outside observer, a ship within a Mass Effect drive envelope appears blue shifted. If within a field that allows travel at twice the speed of light, any radiation it emits has twice the energy as normal. If the ship is a field of about 200 times light speed, it radiates visible light as X-rays and gamma rays, and the infrared heat from the hull is blue shifted up into the visible spectrum or higher. Ships moving at FTL are visible at great distances, though their signature will only propagate at the speed of light. Crew considerations. Starships, crew considerations. Cabins give each individual 10 cubic meters of space. On larger vessels, private rooms are common. As ships get smaller, the number of crew packed into a single wardrobe increases. Asari prefer shared spaces even on large vessels, while Krogan territorial instincts make it impossible for them to cohabitate even on the smallest ships. On smaller vessels, hot bunking is the norm. Crew members assigned to different watches share the same bunk. When one gets off duty, he wakes up the person on the bunk. While that crewman is on duty, the first gets his rack time. Spacecraft compartments can be isolated by airtight doors in case of decompression. The cinematic vision of explosive decompression is fictional. Old compartments either take enough damage that occupants are killed instantly, or leak slowly enough that they are able to reach protective gear. Compartments are equipped with emergency life support apparatus, fireproof plastic bubbles with air bottles, small when stowed. ELSA comfortably accommodate one individual. Inflated. Damage control procedure cuts off ventilation to burning compartments. Without oxygen to consume, fires die in seconds. The compartment is repressurized afterwards for crew recovery. Mass Effect fields create an artificial gravity agrav plane below the decks, preventing muscle atrophy and bone loss in 0G. Large vessels arrange their decks perpendicular to their thrust axis. The highest decks are at the bow and the lowest at the engines. This allows agrav to work with the inertial effect of thrust. Ships that can land arrange their decks laterally so the crew can move about while the vessel is on the ground. Warships normally turn off their agrav systems during combat, reducing the heat generated by systems and increasing combat endurance. To provide a point of reference for navigating in 0G, floors are painted a different color from the walls and ceilings. Starships, cruisers. Cruiserweight starships are the standard combat unit encountered away from large naval bases. The poor, bloody infantry of most fleets. Nimble scouting frigates have neither the punch nor the stamina to stand up to serious combat, and the mighty dreadnoughts are a strategic resource, carefully hoarded and committed to the most critical battles. Cruisers perform routine independence, show the flag, patrols in settled systems, and lead flotillas of frigates in small engagements, such as pirate suppression campaigns. In major fleet engagements, cruiser squadrons support the dreadnoughts battle line by screening their flanks against enemies attempting to maneuver for a main gun bow shot from their vulnerable broadside. Alliance cruisers are named after cities of Earth. Starships, dreadnoughts. The dreadnought is the ultimate arbiter of space warfare. Millions of tons of metal, ceramic, and polymer dedicated to the projection of firepower against an enemy vessel of like ability. No sane commander would face a dreadnought with anything less than another dreadnought. A dreadnought's power lies in the length of its main gun. Dreadnoughts range from 800 meters to 1 kilometer long with a main gun of commensurate length. An 800-meter mass accelerator is capable of accelerating 1-2 kg slug to a velocity of 283 kilometers per second every 2 seconds. Each slug has the kinetic energy of 38 kilotons of TNT, 3 times the energy released by the fission weapon that destroyed Hiroshima. When used to bombard planets, some of this kinetic energy is lost due to atmospheric re-entry friction. As a rule of thumb, each Earth atmosphere of air pressure saps approximately 20% of a projectile's impact energy. The Turian fleet presently has 37 dreadnoughts, the Asari 21 and the Solarian 16. Humanity has 6 with an additional hull under construction at Arcturus Station. Are we allowed to have 7 times? Yeah, we are. Okay. Alliance battleships are named for mountains of Earth. Everest class, Everest, Fuji, Elbrus. Kilimanjaro class, Kilimanjaro, Taishan, Shasta, Aconcagua, under construction. Frigates. Frigates are light escort and guarding and scouting vessels. They often have extensive guardian systems to provide inter-fighter screening for capital ships and carry a squad of marines for security and groundside duty. Unlike larger vessels, frigates are able to land on planets. Frigates' drive systems allow them to achieve higher, faster than light cruise speed. They also have proportionally larger thrusters and lighter design mass, allowing them to maneuver more handily. In combat, speed and maneuverability makes the frigate immune to the long-range fire of larger vessels. And the time it takes projectiles to reach them, frigates are no longer where they were predicted to be. In fleet combat, frigates are organized into wolf-pack flotillas of 4 to 6. Wolf-pack speed through enemy formations, hunting enemy vessels whose kinetic barriers have been taken down by fighter-launched disruptor torpedoes. The wolf-pack circle strafes vulnerable targets using their superior speed and maneuverability to evade return fire. Alliance frigates are named for great battles in human history. Thrusters. A Mass Effect drive core decreases the mass of a bubble of space-time around the ship. This gives the ship the potential to move quickly, but does not apply any motive power. Ships use their sublight thrusters for motive power at faster than light travel. There are several varieties of thrusters varying in performance versus economy. All ships are equipped with arrays of hydrogen-oxygen reaction control thrusters for maneuvering. Ion drives electrically accelerate charged particles as a reaction mass. They are extremely efficient but produce negligible thrust. They are mainly used for automated cargo barges. The primary commercial engine is a fusion torch, which vents the plasma of the ship's power plants. Fusion torches offer powerful acceleration at the cost of difficult heat management. Torch fuel is fairly cheap. Helium-3 skimmed from gas giants and deuterium extracted from seawater or cometary bodies. Propellant is hydrogen, likewise skimmed from gas giants. In combat, military vessels require accelerations beyond the capability of fusion torches. Warship thrusters inject antiprotons into a reaction chamber filled with hydrogen. The matter-antimatter annihilation provides unmatched motive power. The drawback is fuel production. Antiprotons must be manufactured one particle at a time. Most antimatter production is done at massive solar arrays orbiting energetic stars, making them high-value targets in wartime. The exhaust of fusion and antiproton drives is measured in millions of degrees Celsius. Any vessel caught behind them will melt like wax in a blowtorch. Any long-duration interstellar flight consists of two phases, acceleration and deceleration. Starships accelerate to a halfway point of their journey, then flip 180 degrees and apply thrust on the opposite vector, decelerating as they finish the trip. The engines are always operating and peak speed is attained at the middle of flight. And then weapons, ablative armor. A warship's kinetic barriers reduce the damage from solid objects but can do nothing to block guardian lasers, particle beams, and other forms of directed energy weapon (DEW). The inner layer of a warship protection consists of ablative armor plate designed to boil away when heated. The vaporized armor material scatters a dew beam, rendering it ineffectual. A scaffold is built around the interior pressure hull with sheets of ablative armor hung from the structure. Ships typically have multiple layers of armor separated by empty battles, spaces often used for cargo storage. Cruisers, which lack the internal space to fit dedicated fighter hangars, store the shipboard fighter complement in the baffles. It is not unknown for enlisted crew to build illicit alcohol distilleries in some obscure corner of the baffles, safe from prying eyes. Communications administration. While comms boys allow rapid transmission, there is a finite amount of bandwidth available. Given that trillions of people may be trying to pass a message through a given boy at any one time, access to the network is parceled out on priority tiers. The Citadel Council and the Spectres have absolute priority. If they are using all the bandwidth, everyone else must wait. Individual governments and their militaries enjoy the next highest tier. During wartime, civilian communication can suffer hours or even days of lag. Intelligence agencies study ping time through various systems to predict military buildup. Below the government and militaries, bandwidth priority is sold to the highest bidder. Of course, capitalism. Media conglomerates, particularly headline news networks, purchase higher priority to provide their viewers with timely information. Corporations that require timely information and response capability, for example, financial institutions and investment firms, also invest heavily in priority access. The funds acquired through sales of bandwidth are used to maintain and expand the communications infrastructure. While everyone with a computer has guaranteed free and unlimited access to the galactic extranet, they are last in line for bandwidth and may have to wait for their request to be processed. Bandwidth resale corporations use investment capital to purchase bulks of high priority access made available by paid subscription. You gotta cough out that dough for you to have internet access, which sucks. The standard credit was established by the Citadel's Unified Banking Act as the currency of interstellar trade. The credit has a managed floating exchange rate, calculated in real time by the central bank to maintain the average value of all participating currencies. Some regional currencies are worth more than a credit and some less. Hard currency can be stolen or counterfeited, so electronic fund transfers are the norm. More importantly, physical transactions cannot be easily tracked, making them ideal for tax evasion or the purchase of illegal goods. When the Alliance joined the Citadel, its various national treasuries were linked into the credit network. A human with a bank account of Mexican pesos, Japanese yen, or Indian rupees can purchase any item priced in credit at fair market value. All economies that participate in the credit network are required to price items in both local currency, and credits. And yes, so that is going to be, that was a long one. If you're still here after I spent over an hour reading codex entries, I am so sorry. I did not think it was going to take that long. The drink for today is malt. It's a malt-based drink. And so I'm over here like, I did not know it was going to take that long. So here is what I'm going to do. Moving forward, as the codex entries are popping up, I'm just going to read them instead of waiting, which is, I initially tried the old do a bulk reading thing with Veilguard, which did not work because I could almost spend like an entire episode just reading codex entries in there. So I decided as they were popping up, I'm going to be reading them. It looks like I'm going to have to do the same here. I apologize. But now that we're all caught up with all the codex entries, we are going over to go pick up our last squad mates. Well, yeah, we're leaving the Serpent Nebula. We are coming over Liara's dig side because we said we're coming to the Artemis Tau region. I'm trying to remember. Macedon, where is she again? I might have to jump all over the place. Yeah, I can't remember. Thank you. Tremanre is a dwarf planet composed of light magnesium silicates with deposits of aluminium. Its surface is covered by wide swath of ancient dark basaltic lava, possibly indicating the world was created through an impact with some other body in the system. Tremanre's magnetic field is non-existent. This makes it impossible for ships to dump drive charges from orbit. That said, Tremanre's minuscule gravity allows even cruiser-sized vessels to land safely for direct grounding. Orbital period 1.0 Earth years. Radius is 1,528 kilometers. Day length is 1.0 Earth years. Atmospheric pressure is 0.00 Earth atmospheres. Surface temperature is 55 Celsius and the surface gravity is 0.1 gram. I don't think she's in Altair. I know where she's at. I am actually going to Therum. She's at Therum, but I cannot remember where. I'm gonna just read all of this so I know that next time I hold up. Altair is an unusually large terrestrial world with a trace atmosphere of methane and ammonia. The surface is frozen and mainly composed of sandstone and other sedimentary rocks with deposits of iron and chlorides. Judging by the sedimentary composition of the crust, it appears that Altair once possessed an atmosphere thick enough to support some form of liquid. What cataclysm stripped the atmosphere and left the planet to freeze is not currently known. Orbital period 18.1 Earth years. Radius 11,190 kilometers. Day length 47.2 Earth hours. Atmospheric pressure 0.20 Earth atmospheres. Surface temperature is minus 136 Celsius and surface gravity is 1.7 gram. Now, I'm coming to Therum, so I know that it's not in Sparta. Yeah, we're just going to read up on this and see if there's anything we can grab. See if there's
I'm picking up a signal from the planet's surface.
Yeah.
It looks like an automated distress beacon.
We're not landing here. That's a side quest I'll come to. Aedolos is a terrestrial planet with an atmosphere of carbon dioxide and nitrogen. Aedolos' surface is covered by wide deserts of silicate sand with only a few areas of igneous rock islands to break the abrasive dust-choked wind. Aedolos' orbit is congested with debris thrown inwards by the gravity of the gas giant Otamalka. Due to a high rate of meteor impact, exploration is highly dangerous. Orbital period 2.7 Earth years. Radius 5,729 kilometers. Day length 50.3 Earth hours. Atmospheric pressure 0.8 Earth atmospheres, surface temperature -1 Celsius, and surface gravity 0.87 grams, which we are not doing. We've done this 3. Let's do Otamarka. Otamarka is a huge hydrogen helium gas giant with traces of chlorine and sulfur in the atmosphere. Sorry, excuse me. Its massive gravity well tugs many asteroids from the outer belt inwards past the orbit of Altair and Daedalus and eventually settle into the inner belt. Otamarka's orbit is congested with hundreds of captured moons. Most last only a few thousand years before being ejected, dragged down into the atmosphere, or ripped apart by tidal forces and added to the gas giant's immense rings. Attempting to navigate this chaotic environment is hazardous at best. Ships without military-grade kinetic barriers are likely to suffer catastrophic impact. Orbital period 39.1 Earth years. Radius is 72,492 kilometers. Day length is 17.7 Earth hours. We can survey because we're going to pick up stuff. Gas deposit surveyed. We've gotten some hydrogen. Thank you. Last one in here is Alsages. Small distance Alsages is a small terrestrial with a trace atmosphere of methane and argon. The surface is composed of water, ice, and calcium with occasional deposits of light metals. During the Alliance's pirate suppression campaign in the 2160s, the Batarian Eluum Ranpera was caught with his frigate Turneron grounded on Alsages for drive discharge. When challenged by the cruiser Hyderabad, the Rampera refused to surrender. The Turneron was destroyed attempting to take off. The debris is strewn across the southern hemisphere. Orbital period 73.8 Earth years. Radius is 4,926 kilometers. Day length is 23.3 Earth hours. Atmospheric pressure is 0.00 Earth atmospheres. Surface temperature is -193 Celsius and surface gravity is 0.7 grams. And here we got plutonium. Got it. Okay. I know I've read everything in Sparta, so I'm not coming back to Sparta. Knossos? Yes, I think it's Knossos. I know I'm coming to Therum. And I'll tell you why I know I'm coming to Therum, but we'll come to Ameni. Aha! I was right, it's Knossos. Phaistos, Zakros, Arcanus. I also love the fact that the Mass Effect creators, when they were building this, they are such obvious big sci-fi fans, yes, but also mythology, because like you see like mythology, ancient Greek and Roman cultures, because it's scattered throughout, and I'm going to like point out some of those systems that make me think, oh my god. For example, Gnosis. So with Gnosis, I'm going to read all the different planets, but then come on Therum last. Ameni is a terrestrial world with an unusually thin atmosphere of krypton and xenon. Its surface is composed of silica with deposits of carbonaceous materials. The initial flyby probe of Ameni detected multiple areas at the equator with oddly regular surface protrusions. Closer investigation revealed these are millions of elaborate crypts a few meters below the surface, left by a long extinct spacefaring species called the Zeoth. Many human universities wish to perform archaeological excavations. Council law holds grave sites as sacrosanct, however, and the matter has been tied up in a court for a decade. Orbital period 151.3 Earth years. Radius 6,077 kilometers. Day length 57.8 Earth hours. Atmospheric pressure 0.18 Earth atmospheres. Surface temperature -168 Celsius and surface gravity 0.8 grams, right? So we're gonna do this. Let's come to Arcanes. A small hydrogen helium gas giant, Arcanes has been developed as a full-featured, if modest, stopover for ships hauling refined materials from Therum. In addition to a powerful magnetic field to dump drive charge, Arcanis has a largely automated infrastructure of helium-3 refining and deuterium mining on its many water-ice moons. Orbital periods 470.2 Earth years. Radius 14,549 kilometers. Day length 16.2 Earth hours. We got nitrogen. Awesome. So we come over here. Zakros. Zakros is terrestrial world with a nitrogen methane atmosphere containing trace amounts of hydrocarbons. Its frigid surface is mainly composed of water, ice, and hydrocarbon slush. Most of the surface is not solid enough to support the full weight of a landed ship. If approach is necessary, use shuttles or keep the ship's mass effect envelope up. Orbital period 33.9 Earth years. Radius 4,572 kilometers. Day length 45.6 Earth hours. Atmospheric pressure 0.40 Earth atmospheres. Surface temperature -71 Celsius. Surface gravity 0.4 grams. Have I done Phasis? I've done Phasis. No, I've not done Phasis. I've not done Phasis. I did a many. Phasis is a small terrestrial with a trace atmosphere of carbon dioxide and xenon. The surface is scorching hot and mainly composed of sulfur and various silicates. There is little of interest on this desolate world. Orbital period 0.3 Earth years. Radius 4,238 kilometers. Day length 57.2 Earth hours. Sorry, excuse me. Atmospheric pressure 0.27 Earth atmospheres. Surface temperature 551 Celsius. Surface gravity 0.63 grams. I know Ameni was first, and now we're coming to Therum. Yes. Therum is a distant but rich industrial world claimed by the Human Systems Alliance. Its plentiful heavy metals have fueled the recent manufacturing boom on Earth. Core samples rich with the fossils of simple silicon-based organisms indicate Therum was more habitable in the past than it is at present. Perhaps this explains the many Prothean ruins dotting the surface, most of which have been looted by mining corporations. Remember, Anderson did tell us to keep an eye out for Liara on a world that has like Prothean ruins, right? Because she's going to be there. Colony founded 2167, population 34,000, capital Nova Yekaterinburg, orbital period 6.4 Earth years, radius 6,724 kilometers, day length 28.3 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure 0.68 Earth atmospheres, surface temperatures 59 Celsius, and surface gravity is 1.12 G. And with that, let us pick companions that we're going on this battle with. I am going to take Gareth's vacation. Oh my god, no, what if I have things? Well, I think... Do I? I think... I think I started putting decryption into you, right, Gareth? Yeah, let's go. Also because, I'm sorry, I want to at least slightly increase my chances of slight survival. I don't know. This is insanity. So, for everybody that were probably thinking like, yo, but Noria...
Commander, I'm picking up some strange readings. Really strange, like off the damn charts. It looks like it's coming from an underground complex a few clicks away from the drop zone.
So, this is where we can then say that the game proper starts. Because us being on Eden Prime and everything we had to do with the Citadel, everything was prologue. You know, you're least likely to die in this. So this is where my insanity run starts properly. Mako, behave yourself. Right, okay. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. Okay. So this is around the time where, like I said, we start getting to like proper fight. I might die a lot. For those who were patient enough to listen to me ramble. Yeah, of course. Oh, what am I doing? Why did I get out of the vehicle? Ugh. Ugh, I thought I was going to. Yeah. I'm going to have to use Omni Gel to fix shit. Hey baby, do you want to come and say hi? Yeah, he came to say hello. Look at him. He came to say hello. Hi baby. Hi. I know. I don't know why I jumped out of that fucking ass car. Right? I honestly do not know why I jumped out of that fucking ass car. Why I jumped out of the Mako. The Mako was giving me safety. The Mako was giving me safety. And yet I left out. Like, oh yeah. Ugh. Wanted to drive back and accidentally left out. If that is not me being the Lulu, I don't know what is. If that is not me being the Lulu. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Okay, one of them is gone. Thank you. One of them is gone. There is a third one. There is a third one somewhere.
This route's a no-go. They have height and cover.
I know. Let us destroy the heavy turret. Those 3 turrets are gone, right? Any other turrets? Yeah. Let's come this way. Thank you. Ashley being like, girl. Okay. Thank you. Ashley being like, girl, are you sure you want to take this route? And I'm like, Ashley, we gotta destroy the turrets. Thank you. Level up. Level up. Let's go kill some gas. For those that are like, Noria, why are you playing like this? I'm sorry. I am not I'm sorry, it might seem like I am, but it might seem like I am, but I am. Okay. Thank you. Any other one around? I know they are inside, but outside.
Heading to position.
Thank you. Before we go, would I be able to? Yeah, I can. I can.
We got them all, Shepard.
No, we did not, Garrus. No, we did not. I think is there anybody here? I think so. No. Yeah, no, not here. Not here. We did not get everybody, Garrus. Garrus, we did not get everybody. Okay, so as I was saying, I am not the, oh my god, look at you, great hands to whatever combat thingy. If you instead want to watch somebody who likes to run commentary, who likes to run... If instead you like to watch somebody who likes to run commentary on games, right, especially RPGs, talking about like characterization, structure, plot, what are the messages, right, present in it. If that is what you're here for, then I'm your gal. But like, if you're here for, oh yeah, you know, excellent gaming things, I'm sorry. I am sorry. That is usually why I like to play my games on normal mode. Am I playing this on normal mode, however? No. Am I playing this on Insanity? Yes. Why am I playing this on Insanity? Because like my patrons voted for me to play it on Insanity. Because like I keep saying, this is my favorite gaming trilogy of all time. And they're like, girl, you get to play something that you really love, that you play every year anyway. But this time around, you get to... Okay, is there somebody here? Like, but this time around, you get to play it...
All targets down. Right,
on Insanity. Is that not good? And I'm like... But you see, they're like, girl, it's not just about you playing this game. It's also about you being all like, I'm gonna die. And I'm like, you're like me screaming, I'm gonna die. And they're like, yep. We do. Biotic okay. Still Avenger. Oh. Garrus, yes. Oh yeah, that's true. I never did. Yeah, you also get an Avenger, but I don't know why. Okay, so that means there's none for synthetic, which is annoying, so let's just give you that. Ooh. Improve sighting. Okay. Ashley. Yeah, we can. Yes, please. And we can. Stability. Thank you. And I think I have. Right? Yeah. No. I like what I gave you. Let's... Yes. Speaking of... Yeah. Duh. Okay, so hold up. I need to confirm. Awesome. Loadout is what I want. Weapon loadout is what I want. I should eventually... And if you're like, yo, Noria, why are you... I thought you were a Vanguard. Why are you not like using powers? I'm sorry. I find Vanguard not very interesting in Mass Effect 1. Also, I'm still always going to be a sniper rifle girly. So, you know. We're about that sniper rifle life. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so let's see. I think that's about it, right? I think have we been everywhere? Yes, we went there, I think. Wasn't that where we first went to? Right? Just to check. We have been here, right? Sorry, y'all, my memory sucks. Yes, I think we have not. I think we have been here. Yes. Okay, so I think we're done. We can get into the Mako and drive out that exit that I opened up. Let us go. Wait, hold up. Where was that big? Okay, Because I was like, where's the big exit we opened up? Is this it? Is this it? Is this it? Wait, hold up, what? Yeah, I think this is it. Yep. Can I kill it from here? Yes, I did. Okay, there is another one. Nope. Thank you. Thank you. Another Medigel. Another Medigel. We are here to pick up Dr. Liara T'Soni. There's a fight here that I am not looking forward to. I am not looking forward to it at all. And you all will see when I get to it, because like even on I think last time on hardcore, I think I died. I honestly think I died. Okay. On hardcore. Yeah, I think I died. Oh, of course. On hardcore, I think I died like twice. Okay, sorry. Yeah, that is what I was trying to avoid. That is what I was trying to avoid. I want my shields to go back up. I want my shields to go back up. You, on the other hand, you get to die. Yeah, okay, my shields. Thank you. Okay, you irritate me. Stop being annoying. All of you that just like get Colossus. There you go. Thank you. That's true. I do need to hold up squad, because I think we did get a bump. We did get a bump. Yes, we got a bump. We got a bump. We got a bump, up. Okay, so should we do? Okay, nope. Sorry. Oh, I am so sorry, Gareth. Why do you have? Oh yes, I was trying to get you to sniper rifles, wasn't I? Yes. Hello, Gareth. No more. Dang. Okay, we're gonna put you in a bit of Tyrion agents. For me to get you to electronic, I'll need to. Yeah, I'll need to get bump up first aid for you. Okay. Ashley, let's get you the last 2 of assault rifles. Yeah, I need to. Yeah, we need to unlock heavy armor for you at some point. Thank you. Yes. So, which means I can come over here now. Ashley, let us get you heavy armor. Oh, okay. Let me see. Thank you. Now we're talking. Okay. Yeah, someone is here. The sets designs for ME1 is just basically the exact same area repurposed for the different planets, but I do not mind because I still enjoy it. Okay, yes, where are you? Thank you. Thank you. You. Thank you. Now if you can fuck off. I'm on my way to go pick up the other love of my life, Liara T'Soni. If you're like, what's the first love of your life? Like, are we talking Mass Effect? Mass Effect, Garrus. Which is funny because I don't romance him because it's like my best bud. But we're gonna try out the Garrus romance in this particular playthrough. So, if at some point you're like, Noria, why are you blushing? It's because I am blushing because I am experiencing Garrus Vicarian for the first time whilst playing along with you all. Although I know Liara is going to like tempt me to just like, you know, you want to romance me again. Oh yeah. Thank you. You just die. Like, the audacity. How dare you? Now my shields are low because of your ass. Now my shields are low because of your ass. Yeah. I am not looking forward to this, you all. This is the part where I say that. Not here, like, but around the side. We're getting to it. Wait. We're getting to it, y'all. We're getting to it. We're getting to it, y'all. We're getting to it. We're getting to it. Is it weird that I always use... Nope, not me. Not me, you. Not me, you motherfucker. Yeah. Yeah, I need my shields to restore. There you go. There you go. Okay. I need my shields back up. Thank you. I need my shield. There you go. I know. I know. I know. No, there is a fucking sniper. You. Thank you. The fuck? Okay. Thank you. We are coming down.
Someone give me a hand.
Oh shit! My first. I told y'all I was gonna die because I keep forgetting. Fuck. One shot. And it cost me my fucking ass shield. One shot and it cost me my shield. I have to be careful. Do, 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 do. One shot and it cost me my shield. One shot and it cost me my shield. One. Nope. One shot and it cost me my shield. One shot, yo, one shot and it cost me my shield. One shot. Yeah, but like, we need to do. But I have given her, right? Hold up. Yeah, hold up. Let me see. At some point, I should just use the skills. Why do I just like using the weapons? I don't know. Yeah. Thank you. Boy, if you do not stay fucking dead. What do you mean by standing back up? You must be mad. You must have lost your goddamn mind. You're meant to stay dead. Thank you. No, that was not it. I'm trying to remember who shot me. What it was you. Yes, it's coming. You're the one that shot me last time. Die, motherfucker, die. Okay. So let us see. Oh, there you go. I missed you again. Oh yeah, I've seen you get trooper. Thank you. I leveled up again. I leveled up. Oh, okay. We're gonna do that in a bit, but right now. Yes. Let's do Spectre training. Yeah, because like, you know, I'm about to die. This shit is... This is... Okay. Nope. Come on. You can stand up. No, he's hiding perfectly well. Not coming out at all. Thank you. Okay, there's... Oh, that was so close. Motherfucker. You almost shot my ass. It almost got me in the ass. Motherfucker, he almost got me in the ass. It would have been like kaboo, kabooloo, and that would have been bye-bye my fucking ass. I'm getting to the part I do not like. I'm getting to the part I do not like. Oh God. Fucking hell. I'm getting to the part I do not like. This is the part. This is where I do not. This is where I have died a lot of times in just hardcore. And now we're coming to insanity. Yes, here. I need a drink. I'm about to die. That motherfucker. That motherfucker. That motherfucker. You motherfucker. I want the Mako. Fuck my life, fuck my life, fuck my life. Oh, see what I mean? You'll see what I mean. The amount of times I know I'm gonna die. Okay. Oh. Why are you using overshoot? Why don't you have assassinate? Oh shit. Oh yeah. Why? Thank you.
Catching you up.
Uh-oh. Oh shit. I did not why don't I have Unity? Gareth. Gareth. Why don't I have Unity? Oh, why don't I have Unity? Oh, fucking hell. Is it dead? Yes, that one is dead. Garrus, why did I not use Unity? Oh, what the fuck? Oh yeah, that's true. It's you. Oh shit. Garrus, I do not fucking have Unity. Ashley. Uh-oh. Oh yes, there's still a fucking oh shit, no! I was not paying attention. Ah! Okay. Fuck, not again. We're gonna start from the beginning. Garrus. Thank you. Oh shit! I did not heal him on time. Okay. There you go. Yeah. Okay. Ouch! Fucking hell! It's that fucking... Insanity says killing Garrus. Fucking hell, I should have fucking broke Rex. Oh, fucking hell. Where's the fucking Get Stalker? Oh shit. Shit. Uh-oh. Ashley! What the fuck is Ashley do? Girl, if you do not move your fucking ass. If you do not move your fucking ass. Standing there looking fucking pretty. You have got to be shitting me. There's a fucking get trooper right here. Your head, Shepard. Why were you there? Why were you there, Ashley? Move your ass. I'm staying here until I regen. See? This is... I brought the wrong set of people. I brought the... But Gareth, stay in fucking safety. Yep. Oh shit. I am gonna die. Again. This time around there are too fucking plenty. All at once. Oh. Oh. Fucking hell. They move so fucking fast. No, not fucking Ashley. No, now that Ashley is gone, I'm dead. I'm dead. Yeah, I don't think I can survive without Ashley. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Not with Gareth. Gareth doesn't do shit. Yo. Yeah, I knew I was dead. I knew I was dead. The minute Ashley was done. Fuck, I missed. Why am I not allowed to I did not realize I did not have Unity. I did not realize I do not have Unity. Oh. No, I did not realize I don't have Unity. One more. How did I not notice I did not have Unity? Ah. Yeah, I'm going to give you medium armor. And I do have decryption, so why am I not using decryption though? Now that I think about it. Because we're facing the gap. We're facing the fucking gap. Yo. Adrenaline burst. Fine. Oh, should we just do combat armor? And I want to get into fitness because, like, you know what? Let's get you into fitness. Girl, we're dying in here. I need to use master assassination. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, give everybody a boost. Why do I always think that I could only use one powers at a time? Girl. You see?
Medi-gel deployed.
There's somebody there. Thank you, because you have killed me way too many times. Garrus. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Yep. About to go. Ashley, what are you doing? That's all your ass is doing, just lying down there. Ugh. Nope. Ugh. Okay. Garrus. Okay. Okay. Girl, move. No, move. Move your ass. Use your shield boost. You overeating just stresses me the fuck out. Ashley, what are you doing? Now is when you decided without any fucking... Oh shit. Is there somebody? I don't think I'm actually hitting it from afar. I need to come close to it, I think. The fucking audacity. It actually came all the way here. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Who else is shooting? Who else? There's somebody else shooting. That is not you. There's someone else shooting. There's someone else shooting. Is there someone else shooting? Look at me peeking like I legit am looking at the side. I wanted to, yes, okay, so. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're gonna go down. I need to break down that fucking ass shield. Garrus, the audacity of your ass right now to be dead. Okay. I cannot believe I actually made it. There's something else. There's someone else. I just know there's someone else. I just know there's someone else. Waiting and shit. Somebody else? Because, like, there was... There you go. Aha. Awesome. Awesome. Garrus, I will kick your ass. What do you mean? Good to go, Commander. Good to go, Commander. You were dead. You were dead. Ah. Oh. Actually, not your fault. I should have invested in fucking Unity. I should have invested in fucking Unity. And I did not. And so, that is why. That is why. So, I cannot even fault you. I can't even fault you. Like, who am I to fault you? Who am I to fault you? Who am I to fault you? Fucking hell. My cat is looking at me like, girl, you died so many fucking times. And this is the start of the game. Insanity, you all. Is it going to make me lose my damn mind? Most likely, yes. Okay. We're going in. Oh, fucking hell. There's going to be that Krogan in that enclosed space. But even with that, this fucking ass, like, Mass Effect 1, this is the one that terrifies me the most. What I just experienced. I don't know why. Every single time. No matter the level. Like, no matter the level I'm at. Thank you. Shot you in the leg. Shot you in the leg. Because that is what you deserve. Imagine trying to sneak up on me. Fucking ass good. There's one of you somewhere. I know it. I know it. I know there's one of you somewhere. Okay. Fucking ass. I need to rejuvenate. Thank you. Ah, fucking hell. Okay, so. Are we still saving the Medigel? Yes, we kinda are. Yes, we kinda are. Yes, we kinda are. Today's episode is also going to be long. But it's not going to be long because I did a lot of things. No, because all I did was pick up Liara.
Aside from the Citadel, I mean.
Oh, okay. How are you liking this Protean ruin, Garrus? As I was saying. Right? This is going to be long. Not because, oh, I did a ton of things. Nope, because I was reading Codex entries. Codex entries. Ah, okay. This lift feels very, very slow. It feels slower than normal. Thank you for the medic kit.
Shields down.
Oh shit, I forgot. I forgot this dude. I forgot to get assault fucking drones. Why? How did I forget the get the assault fucking drones? Overeating. I need a stronger. See why I fucking hate Vanguard in fucking Mass Effect 1? You don't do anything.
Built to last. Looks like a lava flow poured in here.
Garrus, you died? I am going to be shouting, Garrus, you died, Garrus, you died every 2 seconds, aren't I? The sooner I fucking get Unity, the better. Because, Garrus, you keep dying. Why? I got questions. Thank the universe for Ash. See, Ashley, my warrior darling, baby girl. Oh, fuck. Okay. Hi, Liara. Baby girl.
Can you hear me out there? I'm trapped. I need help.
I got you. Dr. T'Soni.
Liara T'Soni, I presume?
Yeah.
Thank the goddess. I did not think anyone would come looking for me. Listen, this thing I'm in is a Prothean security device. I cannot move, so I need you to get me out of it, all right?
How did you end up in there?
I was exploring the ruins when the Geth showed up, so I hid in here. Can you believe that? Geth beyond the veil.
You would not have any idea amount of things I believe.
I knew the barrier curtains would keep them out. When I turned it on, I must have hit something I wasn't supposed to. I was trapped in here. You must get me out, please.
Your mother is working with Saren. Whose side are you on?
What? I am not on anybody's side. I may be Benezia's daughter, but I'm nothing like her. I have not spoken to her in years. Please, just get me out of here.
We just need to figure some way past this energy field.
It's a Prothean barrier curtain. I knew it would keep me safe from the Geth. When I turned it on, I must have hit something I wasn't supposed to. I was trapped in here. You must get me out, please.
We'll find some way to help you.
There is a control in here that should deactivate this thing. You'll have to find some way past the barrier curtain.
I got you, Liara.
The defenses cannot be shut off from the outside. I don't know how you'll get in here.
It's not as the tricky side. It's not the tricky part.
There was a Krogan with the Geth.
Unfortunately.
They've been trying different ways to get past the barrier.
Unfortunately. I know of the Krogan with a... Trust me, I very well am aware of the Krogan with a Geth. Now, still a long way. I need you so that I can get Unity. If I can just do, yeah, honestly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. I need more, I need more, I need more. Okay, so let's see. Still Avenger 1. Still no stronger rifle. Armor piercing, yes. Yes. Confirm and exit. Yeah, we're going to give you versus organic. Yeah, because I was like, wait, hold up. Yeah, but we're going to be seeing a lot of Geth. So armor, hold up. Shepherd? Yeah, okay, so we are bumping you up to armor piercing round 2. Then we're gonna give... Yeah, we're gonna give... Let's give you armor piercing rounds 1 against synthetic. Awesome. Love of my life. Girl, I gotta, you know what? Let's just do you. Whoa. Yes, but minus 30% damage. Yeah, do you know what? Let's just do, because I do not trust the Geth. I do not trust the Geth, dude. I do not trust him at all. At all. Okay, so yeah, I can offer you more protection. More protection, Garrus. Thank you. Okay. I think that is kind of all. So, okay. There you go. Die. I want you to die. Stop stressing me. You all keep stressing me the fuck out. And all I'm thinking about is... I wanted to... Thank you. One more. There is one more of you all. Yeah. But there's one more of you all that I need to fucking take out because... Why? Thank you. I knew there was a sniper. I saw a get sniper and I was like, there's a sniper in there. I shot you in the leg. I shot you in the leg. Shot you in the head. Bam, 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 bam.
I think we're good, Shepard.
Thank you, Garrus. And you did not die. Congratulations. Congratulations. Yeah, I've forgotten that I cannot just jump. I forgot that I cannot jump. That I do not have jumping mechanics in this particular game, so yes, let's get stuff. Because it's not easy. Ammo piercing rounds. Awesome. Let's see. Yes, thank you. Armor piercing rounds. Thank you. Yes, combat sensor. We're gonna do a level 3. Thank you. We are going to give you armor piercing round. Okay. Improved sighting. Combat sensor. Yeah, you know what? Because we're both using. I like to share like weaponry with Garrus, just because I can. Let's come over here. Shotgun. Hi, come up. Hello, my darling. He's currently looking at me like, woman, what are you doing? Let's see. Honestly, yeah, thank you. Because I was like, don't I have the ones against organic? Yes. Yes, thank you. You know what? Yes. We're good. We're good. We're good. As y'all can see, my money, like, look at, can you see that money? I finally made it to 12,000 credits. We're gonna keep going higher because the more we kill, the more money we make. The more we kill, the more money we make. Yeah, there's nothing there for me to grab. Let's go to, oh yeah, that's true. Oof. I think there's an annoying ass, yeah, I have to enter like some, I hate puzzles, y'all. I hate puzzles. Nope. Nope. Okay. No. Okay. Nope. Okay. No. Okay. Okay. What? Do I still hate puzzles? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I still hate puzzles. I hate puzzles. I hate puzzles. I hate puzzles very much. When I do them, I feel a sense of relief. Gunnery Chief Williams, thank you. Okay. Wait, hold up. Is there anything for me to grab here? Nothing for me to grab. I know what all of these boxes are for, and I'm not looking forward to that, but let us get Liara.
How did you get in here?
That was easy.
I didn't think there was any way past the barrier.
We blasted through with the mining laser.
Of course. Yes, that makes sense. Please, get me out of here before more Geth arrive. That button over there should shut down this containment field.
Baby girl. That's her name. That is Liara. Yes, people. My canon shepherd is by. Dr. Liara
Any idea how we
T'Soni.
get out of this place?
There is an elevator back in the center of the tower. At least I think it's an elevator. It should take us out of here. Come on.
I'm not looking forward to that.
I still cannot believe all this. Why would the Geth come after me? Do you think Benezia's involved?
Duh.
Saren's looking for the conduit. Think fast, Miss Prothean expert.
The conduit, but I don't know.
Ashley's like, girl. Why wouldn't they come for your ass? The fucking Krogan.
These ruins are not stable. That mining laser must have triggered a seismic event.
Oh yeah, that's true. I forgot about that. I'm kind of to blame for that as well.
Caving in.
Joker, get the Normandy airborne and lock in on my signal. On the double, mister.
Aye, aye, Commander. Secure and away. ETA 8 minutes.
Gonna be close, Skipper.
You all have no idea. You all have no idea because we get up. Get the guns out. Get the guns out.
Surrender. Or don't. That would be more fun.
Kill his ass.
We don't have time to deal with this idiot. Charge!
I like your attitude.
I do not like fighting the Battlemancers. I knew I was going. I knew this was gonna happen, y'all.
Spare the Asari if you can.
What the fuck? Ashley, what are you all doing in my corner? Okay. Okay. I need the fire. Ugh. Okay. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. Uh-oh. I can't believe I tried to fucking hit a Kogan with a fucking gun. Ugh. Okay, so we're going.
Spare the Asari if you can. No, doesn't matter.
Ah! Because I was not watching where I was going. It was right behind me. I swear. That might. Liara, you are not doing anything.
Spare the Asari if you can.
Okay, can I change? I'ma change it now. I don't need synthetic anymore. I need what can fight against fucking organic. Okay, so yeah, chemical rounds. Should I do chemical rounds? Yes. Uh-oh. Thank you. Eee! I made it! Finally! I made it! I almost died. I don't care. I just made it. Thank you very much. Liara deciding that she's not going to help. Girl! I don't care that there were already 2 people in my party. You could have at least shot a gun. Use your biotic. Hello, Joker.
Too close, Commander. 10 more seconds we would have been swimming in molten sulfur.
Yeah.
The Normandy isn't equipped to land in exploding volcanoes. They tend to fry our sensors and melt our hull. Just for future reference.
We almost died out there and your pilot is making jokes?
Well, he saved
Joker
us.
pulled our asses out of there. I think he's earned the right to a few bad jokes.
I concur. I concur.
It must be a human thing. I don't have a lot of experience dealing with your species, Commander.
Clearly.
But I am grateful to you. You saved my life back there, and not just from the volcano. Those Geth would have killed me or dragged me off to Saren.
What did Saren want with you? Do you know something about the conduit?
Only that it was somehow connected to the Prothean extinction. That is my real area of expertise. I have spent the past 50 years trying to figure out what happened to them.
Just how old are you exactly?
I'm young.
I hate to admit it, but I am only 106.
Damn. I hope I look that good when I'm your age.
A century may seem like a long time to a short-lived species like yours, but among the Asari, I am barely considered more than a child. That is why my research has not received the attention it deserves. Because of my youth, other Asari scholars tend to dismiss my theories on what happened to the Protheans.
I've got my own theory on why the Protheans disappeared.
With all due respect, Commander, I have heard every theory out there. The problem is finding evidence to support them. The Protheans left remarkably little behind. It is almost as if someone did not want the mystery solved. It is like someone came along after the Protheans were gone and cleansed the galaxy of clues. But here is the incredible part. According to my findings, the Protheans were not the first galactic civilization to mysteriously vanish. This cycle began long before them.
Where'd you come up with this theory? I thought there wasn't any evidence.
I have been working on this for 50 years. I have tracked down every scrap and shred of evidence. Eventually, subtle patterns start to emerge, patterns that hint at the truth. It is difficult to explain to someone else. I cannot point to one specific thing to prove my case. It is more a feeling derived from a half-century of dedicated research. But I know I'm right, and eventually I will be able to prove it. There were other civilizations before the Protheans. This cycle has repeated itself many times over.
If the Protheans weren't the first, then who was?
I don't know. There is barely any evidence on the Protheans, even less on those who came before them. I cannot prove my theory, but I know I am right.
Gospelin.
The galaxy is built on a cycle of extinction. Each time a great civilization rises up, it is suddenly and violently cast down. Only ruins survive. The Protheans rose up from a single world until their empire spanned the entire galaxy. Yet even they climbed to the top on the remains of those who came before. Their greatest achievements, the mass relays and the Citadel, are based on the technology of those who came before them. And then, like all the other forgotten civilizations throughout galactic history, the Protheans disappeared. I have dedicated my life to figuring out why.
It's once again, it's interesting. Like, and even with the conversations of the Protheans as this group that Liara dedicated her life to researching because she looks up to them so much, we find out through the course of the story once again that there are layers to the civilization, the species. You just, like, nobody is all perfect. Nobody is all good. Everybody has secrets. Everybody has stories that give a more nuanced take to who they are as a society, including the Protheans. But it's just funny that Liara in this story symbolizes the fact that a lot of scientific truth is gotten or starts from a gut feeling. So when you have a lot of people who are like, and they are rarely ever really scientists, because I found out that a lot of scientists tend to be like, I have a suspicion, and so therefore what I theorize after I've made my hypothesis in order to get it confirmed, right, is based off of a feeling, a gut sensation I'm going with. And then you have people that be like, oh my God, you have to be more scientific minded. Nothing of all this. I feel it in my gut. I just have a feeling. You have to speak in cold hard facts. And I'm like, you all do not talk to a lot of scientists, do you?
They were wiped out by a race of sentient machines, the Reapers.
The Reapers? But I have never heard of. How do you know this? What evidence do you have?
There was a damaged Prothean beacon on Eden Prime. It burned a vision into my brain. I'm still trying to sort out what it all means.
Visions? Yes, that makes sense. The beacons were designed to transmit information directly into the mind of the user. Finding one that still works is extremely rare. No wonder the Geth attacked Eden Prime. The chance to acquire a working beacon, even a badly damaged one, is worth almost any risk. But the beacons were only programmed to interact with Prothean physiology. Whatever information you received would have been confused, unclear.
That's putting it mildly.
I am amazed you were able to make sense of it at all. A lesser mind would have been utterly destroyed by the process. You must be remarkably strong-willed, Commander.
I know, I am.
Find Saren, or the conduit.
Of course, you're right. I am sorry, my scientific curiosity got the better of me. Unfortunately, I do not have any information that could help you find the conduit, or Saren.
I don't know why Saren wanted you out of the picture, but I think we'll be a lot better off if we bring you along.
Thank you, Commander. Saren might come after me again. I cannot think of anywhere safer than here on your ship. And my knowledge of the Protheans might be useful later on.
And her bionics will come in handy when the fighting starts.
Good to have you on the team, Liara.
Priorities, Rex.
Thank you, Commander. I am very grateful. Oh, I am afraid I am feeling a bit lightheaded.
When was the last time you ate or slept? Dr. Chakwa should take a look at you.
It is probably just mental exhaustion, coupled with the shock of discovering the Protheans' true fate. I need some time to process all this. Still, it could not hurt to be examined by a medical professional. It will give me the chance to think things over. Are we finished here, Commander?
We can talk again after you've seen the doctor. The rest of you, dismissed.
Mission reports are filed, Commander. You want me to patch you through to the Council?
Why not?
Patch him through, Joker.
Setting up the link now, Commander.
They're about to annoy me again.
We've received
They
your
always
report,
do.
Commander. I understand Dr. T'Soni is on the Normandy.
Yes.
I assume you're taking the necessary security precautions.
Yeah.
Liara's on our side. The Geth were trying to kill her.
Benezia would never allow Saren to kill her daughter.
Maybe she doesn't know.
Or maybe we don't know her. We never expected she could become a traitor.
At least the mission was a success.
Abby?
Apart from the utter destruction of a major Prothean ruin. Was that really necessary, Shepard?
I don't know. Like, we got get on our asses. Stuff was blocked. I needed to use the drill to get access to Liara. Would you have preferred that she's suffocating there?
The Geth were crawling all over those ruins. We were lucky to make it out alive.
Of course, Commander. The mission must always take priority.
Good luck, Commander. Remember, we are all counting on you.
Yes, Devos. Yes, Devos. Okay, so before we go in there, examine the FT. Okay, so that is Codex. Remember, I said I was going to start reading a ton of
the Asari.
Okay, sorry.
Fifth, though no.
Yeah.
In the early...
Nobody else. No new person.
After the Citadel.
Yeah, no new
Humanities.
person.
Pharaohs. No. There are between.
Yes, we have done this.
Faster.
We have done this.
Biotics.
Mm-hmm.
Combat.
Yeah. Okay, so we can do Prothean Cipher. The Prothean beacon downloaded its knowledge into Lieutenant Commander Shepard on Eden Prime, causing confusing dreams and visions. While the imagery is becoming clearer with time, the meaning of the beacon communication remains elusive. It has been suggested that the Prothean data recording is highly dependent on a certain point of view, what Carl Jung described as the collective unconscious. The cipher needed to comprehend the images implanted in Shepard's mind is the cultural knowledge of a Prothean, the archetypes, biological instincts, and common experiences universal to the race. Since the Protheans have been dead for millennia, it may be impossible to acquire this cipher. Guess amateurs. Amateurs are quadrupled all-terrain heavy weapons platforms akin to the armored fighting vehicles of other races. Guess being synthetic intelligences, amateurs are not crude vehicles, but intelligent entities capable of independent decision-making and learning. Amateurs are equipped with heavy kinetic barriers. Their main cannon, mounted on the articulated head turret, appears to be a highly efficient conventional mass accelerator. It is capable of firing in anti-personnel and anti-tank modes. Some amateurs carry drones into battle, presumably for reconnaissance purposes. Others host a swarm of insect-sized repair microbots, Geth hoppers. The Geth models, collectively dubbed hoppers by Alliance forces, are electronic warfare platforms. They can project electromagnetic radiation across a broad spectrum as an offensive weapon. They can also perform cyber warfare attacks against the onboard computers of body armor, hatsuits, and weapons, adversely affecting their performance. The structure of hoppers consists of an advanced and highly elastic artificial muscle material. This allows a hopper to compress its entire body for powerful leaps. Hoppers also have thousands of molecule-scale barbs on the surface of their hands and feet, which are used to cling to walls and ceilings. Hoppers are very difficult targets, tell me about it, leaping from one surface to another in rapid succession. The Quarians have no record of any Geth models similar to hoppers. This new morphotype must have been developed over the last 300 years by the Geth themselves. This is troubling proof that the Geth are continuing to move towards technological singularity. Experts in synthetic life are intrigued that hoppers appear to be even more organic than the baseline Geth. The identified subtypes of hopper have been codenamed Sapper, Stalker, and Ghosts. And I think that is all. Yes, that is all for non-council races. Yes, nothing new here. Yes, so hold up. Systems Alliance Geological Survey. As the human race expands its territory and raises the general standard of living, demand for industrial resources continues to grow. Many planets, moons, and asteroids contain a wealth of resources, but many systems have barely been charted, let alone thoroughly surveyed. Unmanned probes are one solution, but they are often lost to space hazards, unforeseen circumstances, or theft by salvagers. In recent years, AGAS, the Archaeological Geological Science, has offered bounties to private individuals or teams willing to perform mineralogical surveys on the frontier. This survey data is made publicly available to further corporate development. Due to the cost of travel and the dangers of operating on hostile worlds, it is rarely a profitable endeavor. Light metals. Metals with atomic weight are often used in the construction of spacecraft and vehicles. Heavy metals. Metals with higher atomic weight are used to construct equipment components. The platinum group elements are particularly useful. Rare earth. Most useful minerals in this category are radioactive or magnet gases. Various gases are required to support all known forms of sapient life. Some are commonly used as fuel. Yes, I think I've done this. Yes, and I think, yeah, I don't think, oh yes, no. Yeah, I have done this. Yes, we've read this. Yes, we have. Yes. Right? Mm-hmm. Yes. And that is it. Yeah, that is the, see, definitely just reading it as it pops up would make things so much easier. But let's go down. We need to go see the crew. Because we stopped by at Therum, we should have stuff to pick up in here. Thank you. Oh, hold up. Oh, let me see. Yeah, nothing I want to use. Oh, nothing I want to use. Okay. Let's say hi to Caden. Hi, Caden. I run the risks because, you know...
You have a minute?
Okay.
I always make time for my officers.
Off the record, I think there's something wrong here. This Saren is looking for records on some kind of galactic extinction, but we can't get backup from the Council? Sorry, Commander. There's writing on the wall here, but someone isn't reading it.
Also, to be fair, honestly, like, we cannot say I have proof that this man wants to wipe out the entire galaxy. What is your proof? I saw it in a vision. Like, we're playing as Shepard, so we get it and we understand it. But from an outside perspective, she sounds like she's losing her mind.
The Council doesn't want to believe anything's wrong. I'd call it human nature, but...
It just seems like a group that's been around as long as the Council should see this coming. I mean, it's funny, we finally get out here, and the final frontier was already settled. The residents don't even seem impressed by the view. Or the dangers.
Well, you're a romantic. Did you sign on for the dream, Alenko?
Do not flirt with Alenko.
In space?
I keep forgetting.
Yeah, I read a lot of those books.
That's not how the flirting works in Mass Effect 1.
Prove himself worthy
it was a mess.
Or, you know, for justice.
Oh, really?
Or maybe I was a romantic in the beginning, but I thought about it after brain camp. Biotic acclimation and temperance training. I'm not looking for the dream. I just want to do some good. See what's out here. Sorry if I got too informal. Protocol wasn't a big focus back in Bot.
Tell me about it.
Biotic acclimation and temperance didn't last past the airlock. To the kids they hauled in, it was brain camp. Sorry, hauled in is unkind. We were encouraged to commit to an evaluation of our abilities so an understanding of biotics could be compiled. There are worse results of accidental exposure to element 0 in the womb. Beats the brain tumors some kids grew up with.
Is there some question about how you were exposed?
My mother was downwind of a transport crash. It was before there were human biotics, a little after the discovery of the Martian ruins. It only gets iffy around 63 when kinetics was running out of first-gen subjects. Until then, they'd relied on accidentals. Bunch of guys in suits show up at your door after school, and next thing you know, you're out on Jump Zero.
Jump Zero is Gagarin Station, right? What's it like?
Yeah, that's the official name. Biggest and farthest facility we had for decades. Right on the termination shock, the outer edge of the solar system. It's where they did all the Goose Chase FTL research before we caught on to using mass effect fields. It was a sterile research platform when I was there.
There were other kids in the same boat, right? At least you weren't alone out there.
That's true. We did have a little circle that'd get together every night before lights out. We didn't have much to do, though. It was a research platform then, and kinetics kept Jump Zero off the extranet to prevent leaks.
And you must have had plenty of time to get to know each other.
Yeah. We'd sit around and bull every night after dinner, play cards or network games. There was this girl named Rana, who had a little circle grow up around her. She was from Turkey. Her family was very rich. But she was smart and charming as hell. Beautiful. but not stuck up about it. Like you, I guess. Ma'am.
That is inappropriate talk, Kaidan Palenko.
Sounds like she was special to you.
She was. Maybe she felt the same. But things never felt together. Training, you know.
You know of any intentional exposures for certain?
No one knows. Doesn't mean they didn't happen. As big as the exposures were, it was hard to track down accidentals. It was different then. No one knew the potential, so there wasn't a lot of regulation. Anything Kinetics did was gold. I'm not saying they intentionally detonated drives over our outposts, but in retrospect, they were damn quick.
You know, it's still, once again, it's just a great commentary on how corporate greed will be willing to sacrifice human life just so that they can get enough guinea pigs to experiment on for the sake of profit, or as they would say, to be on cutting edge technology and breakthrough. You see instances of it. For example, there have been recent conversations about the drug trials that were conducted by Pfizer, right, in certain parts of the African continent, specifically around Kano, Kaduna in Nigeria, where you have communities that are still being born with birth defects and deformities, and Pfizer still found a way to finagle their way out of having to pay any form of compensation for these communities that they've absolutely devastated, because they lied to them and exposed them all for the sake of drug trials to see how things work. When it is that corporations, especially big pharmaceuticals, are not concerned about the human cost, there's like, it's a commentary on the amount of things that they are willing to do in order to get results. And that is what you see, that's what you get with Kaidan, and it's just heartbreak.
Jump Zero's a long way from home. What was it like?
The grand gateway to humanity looks a lot better in the vids. Anyway, this was supposed to be a casual debrief, not a bull session about stuff that happened years ago.
We have to depend on each other in combat. I like knowing what kind of man I have at my back.
I understand, ma'am. I won't let you down. You, make a habit of getting this personal with everyone?
See this? The fact that all you did was ask him questions and already is like, are you interested in me? I would have said, oh, you know, it's just a commentary on how, you know, some men are so, you smile at them and they're convinced that you're in love with them. But this is how degenerate, like every single person, Liara is the worst. Every single person in Mass Effect 1. This is just, I'm just like.
Of course. But I don't enjoy it with everyone. We'll talk again later.
I'll need some time to...
Don't process it. Don't process it, Kaidan.
Yeah, I'd like that.
Don't process it, Kaidan. She's your commander, your commanding officer. We do not do that. Let me see. There's a new codex entry, so it's not in. Is it going to be in Citadel? Nope. Humanity. Is it? Is it in Jolak? Let me see. No, it's not in this. Yes, planets and location, Gagarin Station. Because I was like, there has to be an update. Gagarin Station is the largest deep space station built by humanity. A banal sphere designed with a 500-meter diameter habitable area. It was constructed beyond Pluto, nearly 80 astronomical units, 12 billion kilometers from Sol. Moving crew and material to this location bankrupted most of the backers. Gagarin was placed at the inner edge of the heliopause, the point at which the solar wind can no longer push back the interstellar medium. It was built to test a number of faster-than-light drive principles that theoretically could only occur in interstellar space. The station was nicknamed Jump Zero, as it was intended to be the jumping-off point for humanity's expansion into the galaxy. Shortly after the station was completed, the Prothean ruins were discovered on Mars, rendering the entire effort moot. After struggling to make a profit for a decade, Gagarin was sold to the Systems Alliance in 2159 for a fraction of its construction cost. The Alliance refurbished it as a research and training center for the recently discovered biotic phenomenon. In 2169, the biotic acclimation and training program was shut down, and Gagarin became a general research facility. Its remote location and intentional isolation from the extranet makes it popular for dangerous research, particularly in the field of artificial intelligence. Humanity's first stable AI, the Alliance-sponsored ELIZA, achieved sapience at Gagarin in 2172. Today, Gagarin Station has a permanent population of approximately 9,000. A plan has been proposed to move it to the gravitationally stable barycenter point between Pluto and the Charon Relay, allowing it to serve as a gateway facility between the Sol and Arcturus systems. The high cost of safely moving its mass has delayed this indefinitely. Yes, I think that is all. Yes, I think that is all. Yes, that is all. And I don't think there's anything else here. Yes. No, I don't think so. Yeah. Nothing else here. Yeah. Nothing else here. Yep. Okay. Nothing else here. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to come and see Liara, but I want to see her last. So let's go downstairs and check up on. And by last, I mean, like, technically Joker would be last. Because that's the last person I want to talk to. Then I would wrap up today's episode. Gareth?
Commander, how are you?
Why did you want to be a CSEC officer in the first place?
That's a good question. There were several reasons, I guess.
Such as?
What?
Probably the same as most officers. I wanted to fight injustice, wanted to help people. I guess my father had something to do with it too. He was CSEC, one of the best. I grew up hearing about his accomplishments or seeing his picture on the vids after a big arrest. He's taking my resignation pretty hard.
That's tough. But you'd think he'd be impressed you're going after Saren.
My father's a CSEC man to the bone. Do things right or don't do them at all, he says. He thinks I'm being too rash, too impatient. He's worried I'll become just like Saren. He actually talked me out of becoming a Spectre when I was younger, for the same reasons.
Wow.
You were asked to be a Spectre?
Well, I was targeted as a possible Spectre candidate. Me and about 1,000 other Turian military recruits. I could have received special training, but my father didn't like it. He despises the Spectres. He hates the idea of someone having unlimited power with no accountability. He wouldn't like you, Commander. No offense.
Oh, unfortunately for him, I'm about to become his daughter-in-law in like Mass Effect 2 and 3, so he's gonna have to deal.
I suppose I can understand his concern.
You can. But Saren's not gonna play by our rules, CSEC's rules. If you want to nail Saren, you need to send someone who isn't restricted by policies and procedures.
Just because you can break the rules doesn't mean you should. I don't need to stoop to Saren's level to stop him. And neither do you, Garrus.
I see what you mean, but I'll think about it.
Think about it.
Thanks, Commander.
You're welcome. Codex. There was a bump. Yeah, okay. While Turians are individuals with personal desires, their instinct is to equate the self with the group and set aside personal desires for the good of all. Turians are taught to have a strong sense of personal accountability, the Turian honor that other races find so remarkable. Turians are taught to own every decision they make, good or ill. The worst thing they can make in the eyes of their people is to lie about their own actions. Turians who murder will try to get away with it, but if directly questioned, most will confess the crime. Turians have a strong inclination towards public service and self-sacrifice, so they tend to be poor entrepreneurs. To compensate, they accepted the mercantile Volus as a client race, offering protection in exchange for their fiscal expertise. The Turian military is the center of their society. It's not just an armed force. It is an all-encompassing public works organization. The military police are also the civic police. The fire brigades serve the civilian population as well as military facilities. The Corps of Engineers build and maintain spaceports, schools, water purification plants, and power stations. The Merchants Marine ensures that all worlds get needed resources. Military doctrine. Although they lack the brutality of the Krogan, the skill of the Asari, and the virtuosity of the humans, the Turian military has formidable discipline. Officers and NCOs are lifers with years of field experience. Enlisted personnel are thoroughly trained and stay calm under fire. Turian units don't break. Even if their entire line collapses, they fall back in order, setting ambushes as they go. A popular saying holds, you will only see a Turian's back once he's dead. Boot camp begins on the 15th birthday. Soldiers receive a year of training before being assigned to a field unit. Officers train for even longer. Most serve until the age of 30, at which point they become part of the reserves. Even if they suffer injuries preventing frontline service, most do support work behind the lines. Biotics are uncommon. While admired for their exacting skills, biotics motives are not always fully trusted by the common soldier. The Turians prefer to assign their biotics to specialist teams called cabals. Command and control is decentralized and flexible. Individual squads can call for artillery and air support. They make extensive use of combat drones for light duties and practice combined arms. Infantry operates with armor supported by overhead gunships. Strategically, they are methodical and patient and dislike risky operations. Tradition is important. Each legion has a full-time staff of historians who chronicle its battle honors in detail. The oldest have records dating back to the Turian Iron Age. If a legion is destroyed in battle, it is reconstituted rather than replaced. The Turians recruit auxiliary units from conquered or absorbed minor races. Auxiliaries are generally light infantry or armored cavalry units that screen and support the main Turian formations. At the conclusion of their service in the auxiliaries, recruits are granted Turian citizenship. Okay. I think that is about it for... Yes. Yep. Let us talk to Ashley.
Commander?
What's your opinion of the last mission?
Not sure I buy Dr. T'Soni's story about her and her mom not talking. They're family, right?
Nah.
I think she's being straight with us. Or at least I don't think she lies very often.
Yeah, she's probably really bad at it. Too bad those ruins got destroyed. I mean, they lasted thousands of years. That's impressive.
Do you have a few minutes to talk? One-on-one?
Sure. I was hoping to get a minute of your time. Off the record.
Okay.
I keep an open door policy. If you have any concerns, lay them on me.
All right. I know things are different aboard the Normandy, but I'm concerned about the aliens, Vicarian and Rex. Commander, should they have full access to the ship?
They may not serve the Alliance, Chief, but they're allies, at least as far as Saren goes.
This is the most advanced ship in the Alliance Navy. I don't think we should give them free rein to poke around the vital systems. Engines, sensors, weapons.
For real?
That's enough, Chief. You always second-guess your superiors?
Ma'am, no ma'am. I'm sorry, I was out of line. I'll get back to my duties, Commander.
Oof. I didn't want to shut her down so quickly because I wanted to explore the second dialogue option. Ashley?
Commander?
She's going to say no.
Do you have a few minutes to talk?
No.
One-on-one?
She's busy.
I'm sorry, Commander. I need to get my duties squared away.
Yeah.
I don't mind talking more later, though.
Okay.
Dismissed, Chief.
Ma'am.
But like I said, Mass Effect 1 Shepard is a bit by the books, so her calling her out for challenging or questioning our authority is in line with her characterization, even though I wish I had not done that for more dialogue.
You got Saren on the run.
For more dialogue options.
It won't be long now. Saren's good, but I'm better.
Good. He's rotten. To the core.
Concur.
I could tell as soon as I met him.
Why didn't you tell me this sooner?
I would have if I thought it was important.
Okay, you know what? Keep talking.
I'll decide what's important. Now tell me how you know Saren.
This was a while ago. A bunch of mercs were bragging about a job out near the edges of the Terminus systems. They said it paid well and the boss was never around to ride them. They said he was looking for more men, too. So I checked it out.
Damn.
I didn't know Saren was openly recruiting mercs.
It wasn't that open, and he only showed his face once. We'd been raiding ships in the area for months when we took out this massive cargo freighter. Our biggest haul yet. I was on board checking bodies for valuables, looking for some extra credits. That's when I saw him.
What did Saren want with the ship?
I don't know what he wanted. He was just moving through the ship, watching. A couple of the mercs called him by name, but he never spoke to them. Never to anyone. I had a really bad feeling about him, so I got the hell out. Didn't even wait to get paid.
Smart move.
What kind of cargo was the freighter carrying? What was Saren after?
I don't know. All I saw on that ship was food and medical supplies. There were some basic weapons, but nothing big. If there was anything of value on that ship, I didn't see it. That's why I didn't mention it sooner.
Whose ship was it?
There was a Volus trading vessel. Big one. Lots of guards. But they were no match for us.
That's the only time you saw him?
Yeah. Didn't even know who he was. Still wouldn't if I hadn't joined up with you. But my instincts were right. Every other merc on that mission turned up dead within a week. Every damn one.
Damn.
So long, Rex.
Shepard.
Let's go check up on Tali. Let's sell off all our level 1
Looking
gear.
for supplies?
Yes.
Let's see what you got.
You bet, Commander.
Want to sell off all the level 1s so that, create space. 22, only 22,000. Damn. Only 22,000. Damn. Okay, so let's sell. We're selling all the level 1s. There we go. My cat is a bit startled. Okay. Hi, baby. Worried? Tali? Do you have anything you want to say?
Hello, Shepard.
What's wrong?
Are you okay?
I don't know. Your ship is amazing, and your crew's been really great to me. Especially your chief engineer. But I just sort of feel out of place. The Normandy runs so smooth it feels like we're not even moving. And the engines are so quiet. How do you sleep at night?
The silence wakes you up?
Back on the flotilla, the last thing you want to hear is silence. It means an engine's died or an air filter shut down. I guess you don't have to worry about that here. But old habits die hard. But it's more than just the silence. This ship feels so empty. It's like half the crew is missing. Back home, I couldn't wait to go on my pilgrimage. I couldn't wait to get away
she
from
misses
the crowds.
home.
Now that I'm out here, I kind of miss them.
No.
Sometimes we don't appreciate what we have till it's gone.
That's true. I'm starting to wonder if that's what the pilgrimage is really about.
Probably.
It's given me a whole new perspective on my people and our culture. You know, there's always a few who go on their pilgrimages and never return. I always assumed something bad happened to them. But maybe they just wanted a different life.
What about you?
You do plan to return to the migrant fleet, right?
I could never abandon my people, Shepard. I will go back eventually. But we have to stop Saren first. Otherwise, I might not have a home to go back to.
I should go.
See you later.
Okay. Hi,
Something I can do for
Engineer
you, Commander.
Carry on, Adams.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Okay, there was no new codex entry there. So, as promised, we're going to go see Liara and then Joker And this extra long ass episode would finally come to an end, because God, if you all are still watching at this point, thank you. Replenish Medigel. Hi, Dr. Chakwas. Hey, Liara.
Commander, are you coming to check up on me?
You look much better. How are you feeling?
Dr. Chakwas assures me I am going to be fine. I was impressed with her knowledge of Asari physiology.
You're in good hands. Dr. Chakwas knows what she's doing.
I never properly thanked you for saving me from the Geth, Commander. If you hadn't shown up...
I'm just glad we got there in time.
So am I. I know you took a chance bringing me aboard this ship. I have seen the way your crew looks at me. They do not trust me. But I am not like Benezia. I will do whatever I can to help you stop Saren. I promise.
I know.
Don't worry, Liara. I trust you. I know you won't let me down.
It means a lot to hear you say that, Commander. Thank you.
Tell me about yourself, Liara.
Me? I am afraid I am not very interesting, Commander. I spend most of my time on remote digs, unearthing mundane items buried in long-forgotten Prothean ruins.
But that is why you're fascinating, Liara T'Soni. She's lovely, isn't she? Oh, it's going to be so hard not romancing her all the way through, but I want that Gyros romance, so...
Sounds dangerous. And lonely.
Sometimes I would run afoul of indigenous life forms or stumble across a small band of mercenaries or privateers, but I was always careful. Until the Geth followed me to Artemis Tau. I never found myself in any situation my biotics could not handle. As for the solitude, well, that is one aspect that most appealed to me. Sometimes I just need to get away from other people.
You don't like other people?
I suppose it comes from being a matriarch's daughter. People expected me to follow in Benezia's footsteps. They wanted me to become a leader of our people. Matriarchs guide their followers into the future. They seek the truth of what is yet to come. Maybe that's why I became so interested in the secrets of the past. It sounds so foolish when I say it out loud. It sounds like I became an archaeologist simply to spite Benezia.
Not spite, more of... to be separate from her. If she spent all of her childhood being compared to a mother with an expectation for her to become her mother, it's logical for her to be like, I want to do something totally different that would set me apart from my mother.
All children rebel against their parents. It's a natural part of growing up.
You share the wisdom of the matriarch, Shepard. That is exactly what Benezia said when I told her of my decision. But there was more to it than that. I felt drawn to the past. The Protheans were these wondrous, mysterious figures. I wanted to know everything about them. That is why I find you so fascinating. You were marked by the beacon on Eden Prime. You were touched by working Prothean technology.
See, and that is the other thing about the relationship with Liara. Although I love it, and like I said, like if I was to say 70% of the time, my canon Shepard romance is Liara T'Soni. But at the same time, I'm like, Liara, you sound like a Prothean groupie, and as such, you're latching on to Shepard. I know that is not the case, but for somebody who's playing Mass Effect for the first time and wanting to romance her, that's usually like the takeaway that they have until you learn more about her.
Dissect me in a lab somewhere.
What? No, I did not mean to insinuate.
Oh,
I never meant to offend you, Shepard.
My baby.
I only meant that you would be an interesting specimen for an in-depth study. No, that's even worse.
Calm down, Liara. I was only joking.
So cute.
Joking? Oh, by the goddess, how could I be so dense? You must think I am a complete and utter fool.
I think you're adorable.
Now you know why I prefer to spend my time in the field with data disks and computers. I always seem to say something embarrassing around other people. Please, just pretend this conversation never happened.
Do you know why Benezia joined up with Saren?
I don't understand it. She was always outspoken about the need for the Asari to become more involved in shaping galactic events. Maybe she thought allying herself with Saren would somehow be for the greater good in the long run. At least I hope so.
This hurts you, doesn't it?
None of this makes any sense to me. I have not spoken to Benezia in many years, but I know her, and this was not like her. Something changed.
I'd like to know more about the Asari.
We were the first species to discover the Citadel. We were instrumental in forming the Council, and we always strive to be the voice of peaceful cooperation in galactic disputes. My people believe we are all part of a single galactic community. Each species contributes something to the greater whole. Although we seek to understand other species, it seems few of them seek to understand us. The galaxy is filled with rumors and misinformation about my people.
Like what?
Most of the inaccuracies are centered around our mating rituals. My species is monogendered. Male and female have no real meaning for us. We still require a partner to reproduce. This second parent, however, may be of any species and any gender.
I don't understand. Your species can mate with anyone?
Mating is not quite the proper term, not as you understand it. Physical contact may or may not be involved, but it is not an essential element of the union. The true connection is mental. Our physiology allows us to meld with other beings. We can touch the very depths of their minds. We explore the genetic memory of their species. We share the most basic elements of their individual and racial identities. We then pass these traits onto our daughters. It is how we learn to grow as a species and how we develop a greater understanding of other races.
What happens to your partner after the union?
Every relationship is different. Some unions are a single encounter with both parents parting ways afterwards. Others can be more long-term. Sometimes an Asari and her partner will stay together for many decades.
Do you know who Matriarch Benezia chose as her partner?
Nope.
She rarely spoke of her partner. Though I know my father, if you want to use that term, was another Asari.
I thought you always needed another species to serve as one of the parents.
Think about it, Shepard. If we were not able to mate with our own species, we would have died out long before we ever mastered spaceflight and left our homeworld.
Sure.
Union with our own kind is no longer common, not for the purposes of reproduction. Most Asari believe it weakens our species. Asari daughters inherit racial traits from the father species. If both parents are Asari, then nothing has been gained, or so conventional wisdom would hold. I am what is sometimes called a pureblood. Though no Asari would ever be cruel enough to say the word to my face,
Creepy.
It is a great insult among my people. It is possible Benezia's partner was embarrassed by their union. She may have been too ashamed to publicly acknowledge me as her offspring.
Maybe she wanted to meet you but couldn't. Something could have happened to her. Maybe she passed away.
You might be right. I hope you are. But I have no way to know for sure. Benezia never spoke of her partner. Whatever happened, it caused her too much pain to dwell on it. She raised me by herself, though that is not uncommon. Many Asari raise their children alone, particularly if the father species is short-lived. Often the partner will pass on long before the child reaches maturity.
You Asari live for 1,000 years. What happens when your partner dies?
Few sapient species live as long as my kind. We have learned to take a philosophical approach to our unions. We do not focus on the inevitable loss of our partners. Instead, we enjoy the time we spend with them. And even after they're gone, a part of them lives on in us. The union is a connection that transcends both time and space.
I should go.
Goodbye, Shepard.
Lovely, lovely. And this is where, the people that were losing their mind about the Mass Effect board game, where they used she, they pronouns for, I think it was for Liara, and they were losing their minds. And I'm like, they are a monogendered species. They do not actually have any gender. Like, Liara T'Soni says that to you. Oh, what the heck? Liara T'Soni says that to you in the game.
Yes, Commander.
Unless it is that you're not paying attention.
Yes, ma'am.
She literally says that to you in the game. Unless you're not paying attention and do not care. And I'm like, do people not have dialogue? Do they not figure out what these things mean? Hi, Joker.
I prefer gold to silver, for my medal. I figured you'd recommend me for one since I pulled your boots out of the fire.
Sure, you want that?
If we present you with a medal, you'll end up sitting on stage listening to politicians make speeches for a couple of hours.
That's a good point. They'd probably make me shave, too. I spent the last 7 weeks working on this baby. No medal's worth that. So, Commander, why don't you tell me why you're really here?
Nothing.
I have to go.
I came to say hi. I came to say hi, Joker, because I love you, and you're amazing. So, okay, let's look at the codex entries. I knew there was going to be something new on Asari. Because of their long lifespan, Asari tend to have a long view not common in other races. When they encounter a new species or situation, the Asari are more comfortable with an extended period of passive observation and study than immediate action. They are unfazed that some of their investments or decisions may not pay off for decades or centuries. Matriarchs can seem to make incomprehensible decisions, but their insight is evident when their carefully laid plans come to fruition. In interstellar relations, this long view manifests in an unspoken policy of centrism. The Asari instinctively seek to maintain stable balances of economic, political, and military power. Traditionally, Asari spread their influence through cultural domination and intellectual superiority. They invite new species of advanced development to join the galactic community, knowing that their ideals and beliefs will inevitably influence the existing culture. The Asari came late to the concept of world government. For centuries, their own world of Tessia was dotted with loose confederacies of great republican cities. The closest earthly equivalent would be the ancient Mediterranean city-states. Since the Asari culture values consensus and accommodation, there was little impetus to form larger principalities. Rather than hoard resources, the Asari bartered freely. Rather than attack one another over differing philosophies, they sought to understand one another. Only in the information age did the city-states grow close. Communication over internet evolved into an electronic democracy. Asari have no politicians or elections, but a freewheeling, all-inclusive legislature that citizens can participate in at will. Policy debates take place at all hours of the day, in official chat rooms and forums moderated by specially programmed virtual intelligences. All aspects of policy are open to plebiscite at any time. In any given debate, the Asari tend to lend the most credence to the opinions of any matriarchs present, nearly always deferring to the experience of this millennia-old wise women. Achieving consensus through public debate may take too long in a crisis. In cases where prompt, decisive action is required, the Asari defer to the wisdom of the local matriarch. Like, it's lovely. Yes, I think I've already done that, right? Oh, I don't think I read this. The Beacon was a Prothean artifact on Earth on the Alliance colony of Eden Prime. Its resemblance to the Protean databanks recovered on Mars provoked immediate interest from the Alliance and the Citadel Council. It proved to be a solid-state data storage device, part of a galaxy-spanning comm network similar to the modern extranet. Intact Prothean paleontology paleotechnology is rare. The beacon seemed to promise another quantum leap of technology akin to the discovery of the Mass Effect drive and relays. Unfortunately, the beacon also drew the attention of the rogue Spectre Seren Atrarius and his synthetic allies, the Geth. A dawn raid by its flagship Sovereign resulted in hundreds of civilian casualties. The beacon was badly damaged. The motives behind the attack are still being investigated. During the recovery operation, the beacon fired a pulse of energy at the executive officer of the Alliance frigate Normandy. Lieutenant Commander Shepard survived and appears to have suffered no ill effects. Afterwards, the beacon fell inert. The mechanism appears to be dead. I think, yeah. Oh. Hold up. Yes, I think the day today, yeah, I've read this. Because I was like, have I read that? Yes, I have read that. Yes, so I think that is practically all. Yes, combat endurance. It limits the length and intensity of ship-to-ship combat. Starships generate enormous heat when they fire high-energy weapons, perform maneuvering burns, and run on-board combat electronics. In combat, warships produce heat more quickly than they can disperse it. As heat builds within a vessel, the crewed spaces become increasingly uncomfortable. Before the heat reaches lethal levels, a ship must win or retreat by entering FTL. After a faster than light travel run, the ship halts, shuts down non-essential systems, and activates the heat radiation gear. Combat endurance varies by ship design and by battle location. Battles in the deep cold of interstellar space can go on for some time. Engagements close to a star are brief. Since habitable worlds are usually close to a star, battles over them are frantic. Ooh. Okay, I think that is... Oh yes, heat management. Dispersal of heat generated by onboard systems is a critical issue for a ship. If it cannot deal with heat, the crew may be cooked within the hull. Radiation is the only way to shed heat in a vacuum. Civilian vessels utilize large, fragile radiator panels that are impossible to armor. Warships use diffuse radiator arrays, DRA, ceramic strips along the exterior of the armored hull. This makes the ship appear stripped to thermographic sensors. Since the arrangement of the strips depends on the internal configuration of the ship, the patterns for each vessel are unique and striking. On all the ships, the DRA strips could become red or white spots. Dubbed tiger stripes or war paint by humans, the glowing DRA had a psychological impact on pirates and irregular forces. Strip radiators are not as efficient as panels, but if damaged by enemy fire, the ship only loses a small portion of its total radiation capacity. In most cases, a vessel's DRA alone allows it to cruise with no difficulties. Operations deep within the solar system can cause problems. A ship engaged in combat can produce titanic amounts of heat from maneuvering burns and weapons fire. When fighting in a high heat environment, warships employ high efficiency droplet heat sinks. In a droplet system, tanks of liquid sodium or lithium absorb heat within the ship. The liquid is vented from spray nozzles near the bow as a thin sheet of millions or of micrometer scale droplets. The droplets are caught at the stern and recycled into the system. A droplet system can sink 10 to 100 times as much heat as DRA strips. Droplet sheets resemble a surface ship's wake through the water. The wake peels out in sharp turns, spreading a fan of droplets as the ship changes vectors and leaves the coolant behind. That is so cool. A ship's general area defense integration anti-spacecraft network Guardian consists of anti-missile, anti-fighter laser turrets on the exterior hull. Because these are under computer control, the gunnery control officer tends to do little beyond turn the system on and designate targets as hostile. Since lasers move at light speed, they cannot be dodged by anything moving at relativistic speeds. Unless the beam is aimed poorly, it will always hit its target. In the early stages of a battle, the Guardian fire is 100% accurate. It is not 100% lethal, but it doesn't have to be. Damaged fighters must break off for repairs. Lasers are limited by diffraction. The beam spreads out, decreasing the energy density watts per mile per M2. The weapon can place on a target. Any high-powered laser is a short-ranged weapon. Guardian networks have another limitation: heat. Weapons-grade lasers require cooldown time, during which heat is transferred into sinks or radiators. As lasers fire, heat builds within them, reducing damage, range, and accuracy. Fighters attack in swarms. The first few will be hit by Guardian, but as battle continues, the effect of laser overheat allows the attackers to press ever closer to the ship. Constant use will burn out the laser. Guardian lasers typically operate in infrared frequencies. Shorter frequencies would offer superior stopping power and range, but degradation of focal arrays and mirrors would make them expensive to maintain, and most prefer mechanical reliability over bleeding edge performance where lives are concerned. Salarians, however, use near ultraviolet frequency lasers with 6 times the range, believing that having additional time to shoot down incoming missiles is more important. Lasers are not blocked by the kinetic barriers of capital ships. However, the range of lasers limits their use to rare knife fight range ship-to-ship combat. Ooh, okay, that's very nice. Also, I've seen where I can notice when there's new information highlighted. So that is awesome. And I think I don't think there's nothing new. Yep, nothing new here. Nothing new here. Yeah. Nothing new. Nothing new. And
combat.
yeah. So this is where I'm going to end today's episode. It was a long one. If you actually stayed with me all the way to the end, I am so grateful and thankful. I apologize. I have figured out how I'm just going to read the codex as they pop out, because yes, unfortunately, if you're looking for a channel that does not read the codex entries, that is not my channel. I like reading the codex entries. So I apologize for that. But this is probably going to be the longest episode with a codex entry reading, because now I've decided as a pop-up I'm just going to read them to cut the time and make it as minimal as possible. But yes, we have finally gotten the last of our crew. Our crew is complete. We have Liara T'Soni. She's on board. Tomorrow I'm going to be looking. The plan tomorrow is to go through journal. Yes, is to go through some of this. Is to go to basically some of this missions. The plan is to do some of my secondary missions. UNC, survey team, privateers, missing marines. I might do strange transmission, unusual reading. I'm not sure, but I'm not. Of course, I don't expect to do all of it at the same time. I do want to also stop by at the Citadel, see if there's anything I can pick up. Because I think that Nasana Danches is meant to give me a fucking ass mission, so I need to go there. So just stop by at the Citadel, do some shopping, do some picking up of assignments, secondary assignments, and go out into space. I'm going to probably do that over the next 3 episodes of just sorting out all my secondary assignments, because I need to be as high. There's a major decision that happens in Ferrous that you need to be, I think, at maximum level of charm or intimidate before you can attempt it, and so therefore I need to build that up with other missions. But yes, I'm going to be doing Ferrous, do all my secondary assignments, then I'm going to go Ferrous. After Ferrous, Noveria. After Noveria, we are most likely, because I think after Noveria is it Weimar? I think it's Weimar. I'm not sure. Yeah. I'm crying already in anticipation for that. But yes, that is where I'm going to end today's episode. Thank you so much for gifting me your time and for watching along. And I will see you tomorrow with a new episode. Bye.